welcome to the Gathering of Tweakers, 4 hours of Spa coverage here on iRacing Live and RaceSpot TV. As I say, it's the 4 hours of Spa. It's the Gathering of Tweakers Championship. Last time out at Watkins Glen, Blackadder Motorsports won overall, and they will be hoping for a repeat performance here. In the championships and the prototypes, Team Hoising Belt Engineering have 126 points. And a 24-point lead over Core Sim Racing, with Blackadder Motorsports in third place. In the GT3s, NAB Racing, they have an 11-point lead over Core Sim Racing GT3 team, with Racing Lines in third place. And in the GTC Championship, it's Baguette Racing out in front at the moment for them, with Core Sim Racing GTC in second and Spirit of Le Mans in third. I'm Paul Smith, alongside me is Alvin Nieves, and because of the unique way that my computer is working at the moment, I'm unable to see anything, so I will hand it over to Alvin now, who will take you through the grid and the start of the race. Alvin?
Yeah, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to everybody watching the race today. Qualifying so far, we have the top three in each class so far is, in the prototype class, we got Core Sim Racing in first place. Second place is Team Hoising Belt Engineering, and third place is Blackadder Motorsports. In the GT3 class, so far, we have the NAB Racing in pole position for the GT3 class. Second place is Racing Lions, and in third place is Euphoria Racing White. And in the GTC class, we got Spirit of Le Mans in pole position, Baguette Racing in second place, and Orange Devils in third place. So far those are the top three in each class. Still got some time to go before qualifying is done. So here we are, Spa-Francorchamps. There is one of many tracks that evoke sim racing and racing overall. This is one of the places, and we are here midway through the season on the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series. And this promises to be another good race. We got 4 hours of endurance racing that we will be broadcasting here, and of course we hope that Paul can get his issues worked out so that we can get this all together even better. So far it looks like qualifying is over, and we're going through the gridding. It's gonna be around 2 minutes before cars go on their short pace lap. So let's see how things goes. Looks like after qualifying is over, no changes in the top three positions. So everything is as stated so far. So here we are, Spa-Francorchamps. Like I said, one of those races that evokes endurance and overall good racing. But yeah, this is one of the tracks that I will that's on my top three list of tracks to be at one point in time in my life. I would love to be here at some point, but for now, we're gonna enjoy it on the virtual version with the Daytona prototypes, GT3s, and GTC. So we're almost ready. We're still waiting for the rest of the teams to join in, and in a while we should be ready to go into racing action. So for now, looks like maybe the one of the main storylines are in the prototype class. Looks like the championship is really tight, so this could be a make or break race for many of the teams that are in front on the standing. So let's see how they played out the race. Same with GT3. Now GTC, it's been pretty much a run out for Baguette Racing. They've won the previous three races, so now that Spirit of Le Mans is in pole position, let's see if they can, if they have something to say about it. As the cars are rolling through the start finish lap, through the pace lap, we should be ready to go in a while. cars are going through the bus stop chicane right now. So green flag should be in the air momentarily. And we got the green flag, ladies and gentlemen. Horse and racing in front, they go side by side. All good so far. Now as they make the run through the back straight and the famous and really fast Eau Rouge Radillon complex. And so far so good. Everybody looks in single file position as they make it onto the Camel Straight. So far is Horse and Racing, Team on Sigville, and who is in third place, and Blackadder Motorsports. GT3 is now going into the Camel Straight. And it looks also like the GTC class also made a clean start. So no issues at the moment. Everybody was able to made it through the first couple of turns. So at the moment, the top three are Core Sim Racing in first place in the Daytona prototype class, Team Sigville Engineering in second place, and Blackadder Motorsports in third place in the GT class. In the GT3 class, we got NAB Racing, Racing Lions, and Euphoria Racing White. On the GTC, no change in position. It's still Spirit of Le Mans in first place, Baggett Racing in second place, and in third place looks like there's been a change in position. Now it's the Orange Devils in third place. So it looks like we got a battle for second place in the GT3 class between Racing Lions and Euphoria Racing White. As they go into curve ball, they're still running close now. This battle of second, third, and fourth place as they go side by side. As they go side by side into Blanchimont, let's see if they're able to keep it side by side. No, Racing Lions gets the position as they go into Blanchimont. Another fast corner that will have many drivers today thinking twice before going side by side, and it will be interesting also to see how they go through it when they go intra class. Once the faster class go into lapping the slower traffic. As they complete the first lap, they go into La Source. Everything all good. As they start the run downhill again to Eau Rouge Radillon. So far it's all good. No major incidents so far. Yeah, they go up. So as of now, it looks like everything is clean. There's no major racing incidents going on. So let's talk about a little bit more about Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps and how this track and a little bit more information about this track. So far, this is what I'll say the longest track in the season, about 7 kilometers, 19 turns. Very combination of fast and slow corners. Most famously known for the Eau Rouge Radillon section. Say that one of the challenges here is who can take it full throttle and who has to lift. And of course, some classes can take it full throttle, and some other classes cannot take it full throttle. That pretty much depends on car configuration, level of downforce, and other factors that go into each car. Another thing that we should also be looking for is pit strategy. As we all know, it's a 4-hour race, and many of the classes may not be able to get a full hour into it. Perhaps the GT3 class may be the only class that could go 1 full hour, but it will all depend on how how they manage their fuel strategy, as they can adjust the fuel mix. As we run now with the 7th place Legends Racing, Gary Seal on the car, going to Camel Straight and battling for 6th place with NKH Racing. Let's see if they can. Nope, they decide to stay behind and go through Lecum, Malmedy, and see if they can set up an attack later down the race. As they also have the Sim Racing for Holland entry right behind them. They also gotta look to defend the place as they take a defensive line going inside. Looks everything good so far, and now they go through No Name Corner, and they go to another one of the fast corners in this track, Pujon. They do have lots of runoff area, but as we know, they have been warned to not abuse track limits by the GES staff, and they will be looking at it throughout the whole race. So it should be interesting to see who decides to push the envelope and who decides to keep it steady, as they are still going. They're still battling 6th, 7th, and 8th place. Now they're going through Paul Corner. So far, so good. They're starting to get a good spread throughout the whole field, and they're starting to now get into their own rhythm, which is also very important in an endurance race, as you need to establish a good rhythm. It's a 4-hour race, of course. They're not gonna race the Sim Racing for Holland almost had a moment in the bus stop chicane, but they managed to gather it up, all good. But as I was saying, they should be looking out for their own rhythm and their own pace. And like I said, they're not gonna race the whole 4 hours. So establish a good rhythm, and then when the time comes in, they should be able to hand over to their teammates. And I got good news, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Smith is on. He's able to solve his computer issues. So, Paul, welcome back.
Oh, I tell you what, it's a good job I wasn't broadcasting then, because I was swearing like mad. But yep, I'm back. So we're only about 6.5 minutes, 7 minutes into the race so far, and Core Sim Racing are in the lead at the moment with Frederick Rasmussen at the wheel of that car. And Alvin, how did the start go? Because obviously I missed that, unfortunately.
Well, start went really good for everybody. No major issues with anybody. All single file racing, very clean racing, of course. Trying to keep it steady through Ed Rouge Radillon, especially on that first lap when the tires are not really up to temperature. But everybody seems to made a good start, and so far so good.
Well, it's good to hear that, but as we say, about 8 minutes into this race so far. So as we can see, it is Core Sim Racing at the moment. I'm trying to finally just get sort of organised everything. So we've got some close battles. GT3 has some close battles. So does the prototypes as well. You've got Benjamin Gregory in the Avid Chronic Racing GES car ahead of NKH Racing, Legends Racing and Sim Racing for Holland as well. Those 4 cars all close together, battling over 5th place at the moment, Alvin.
Yeah, all good, but like I was saying, this is a 4-hour race, so they're just now establishing a minute that we have the Sim Racing for Holland trying to go side by side into the bus stop chicane, and they managed to get that position. But yeah, going back to the point, it's a 4-hour race, so they should just establish a good rhythm, mind their own race, and whenever they get an opportunity to overtake, just go for the overtake. But pretty much just get in a good rhythm, good pace, settle down. It's a 4-hour race, and when the time comes to hand over to the teammate, make sure you get a clean race car to your teammates.
Absolutely, that's the key in these endurance races. Just back in GT3, the leaders of that, Fabien de Jong in the NAB racing car, they're just coming around to start another lap with Racing Lines in 2nd place, and 3rd place is Euphoria Racing White, who are under a lot of pressure from Blue Flag Racing at the moment in that GT car, the 255 car. And in the GTC class, it's Spirit of Le Mans who are leading at the moment ahead of Baguette Racing. Baguette Racing, who of course have so far dominated this championship in GTC class, but they're currently in second place. But as I say, a long race to go yet, 10 minutes gone, with Orange Devils in third place for the GTC class. But yeah, that battle at the moment in GT3 with Euphoria Racing White, they're battling away with the Racing Lions at the moment. Really close battle there because there's the Blue Flag Racing GT car behind them.
Yeah, there's a three-car battle for second place. This is a battle that has been going on since the start of the race, but so far they have been keeping it clean throughout the 10-12 minutes of racing that have gone so far. So let's see how they manage to get the race going and see if they may take a peek at each other to see if they can overtake and maybe be in front and establish the pace instead of following the other car and make them dictate which pace they should run.
And well, just looking at the 5th place position, Avid Chronic Racing, losing their back end coming out the bus stop chicane. NKH Racing and Sim Racing for Holland going 3 wide down towards La Source. The first corner on this track for another lap. NKH just going ahead at the moment of Avid Chronic Racing, but Avid Chronic Racing down the inside, at the inside line, and Sim Racing for Holland now coming through ahead of NKH and a much better run down the inside. They're going to have a look down on the inside towards Eau Rouge. We've had a spinner at turn 1 as well, but through Eau Rouge they go side by side, and it's Sim Racing for Holland who have taken that place from Avid Chronic Racing, and here comes Legends Racing as well. This is a really big pack of cars that are all fighting for position early on in the race. And well, Avid Chronic having to go on the defensive, but NKH looking down the inside at the moment, and they're going to take that 6th place. So Ben Gregory, in the space of quarter of the lap, has lost 2 places, possibly 3 here.
Yeah, definitely great racing between pretty much from 6th to 10th place. Everybody trying to jockey for position. It was really unaggressive move, trying to go side by side through Eau Rouge, but lots of respect from Sim Racing for Holland and NKH Racing trying to make it stick and no contact. So really great racing. I said that this was a 4-hour race, but apparently this guy, they are not into the patience game. They just want to go now. So it's always good that we have some people that want to go for it.
Absolutely, we're just trying to find out who it was that spun at La Source, but not been able to find out who it was at the moment. But anyway, the drivers are still going on. It is still that core Sim Racing car in the lead by 6.8 seconds already, with second place Team Hoisingwell Engineering. In fact, no, it's Blackadder Motorsport, sorry, in second place. Team Hoisingwell Engineering in third, is it? Or is it 4th? It's 4th place. So the championship leaders are having those issues there, but the Pros Sim Racing car, Pros Racing Sport car in 3rd place at the moment, ahead of Team Hoisingwell.
Yeah, it looks like they were the ones that had the problem spinning on turn 11, but they managed to get it going back, and now they are in a battle with third and 4th place.
So looking at the GTC class, we've got Spirit of Le Mans. They're hanging on to that lead at the moment, with Jean-Paul Nielhaus at the wheel. Second place Baguette Racing with Yassin Beber at the wheel of that car. These two battling it out. We've seen these two battling out in the previous rounds before as well, Alvin. And well, Baguette Racing, they know they've got pace in this car, but they're unable to get past at the moment.
These two entries have been pretty much going at each other since round 1, with Baguette Racing pretty much dictating the whole pace for the first 3 rounds. But now we got Spirit of Le Mans in front. So let's see if Spirit of Le Mans can break the 3-race winning streak from Baguette Racing and get get that championship lead for Baguette Racing if they can cut it some point.
Absolutely so. It's Spirit of Le Mans in the lead of the GTC class with Baguette Racing right up to the gearbox of that car. These Roof C-Spec cars, of course, very closely matched between them, but well, Spirit Le Mans just getting a little bit of a better exit out the bus stop chicane over Baguette Racing. That just pulls out a little bit, a few tenths of a second for them there, but they're under intense pressure, and you have the feeling that if Baguette Racing can get past them, that maybe they'd be able to just pull away a little bit.
Yeah, there's also the possibility that if they can get in front, they can be faster. But it's kind of like in a similar position that the GT3s were in. The car in front gets to dictate the pace. So Spirit of the Man in front is being able to dictate where the car go, and also being able to take a defensive line, which also helps. So if this stays as it is, we will have to wait till the pit stops and see if during pit stop there could be a change of position for the lead in the GTC class.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up the pit stops as well, because Baguette Racing, by running in the slipstream, in the toe there of the car in front, they're actually reducing their fuel usage, so they may be able to extend that pit window a lap, maybe 2 laps more, come the pit stop time.
There's also that possibility as well. It kind of depends how the throttle management of Jacine, if he's able to use less throttle through the straightaways while on the slipstream, yes, he will be able to save some fuel, but we still have a long ways to go, and let's see if they are thinking about fuel saving right now. Like I said, it's a 4-hour race, and lots of things can go.
Absolutely, and we're only, what, 17 minutes into this race, so I'll get there eventually. Yeah, so 17 minutes into this race, the Core Sim Racing 111 car just started to go through a bit of back markers as well in the GTC class, so they've already hit back markers there, with Blackadder Motorsport in second and Pros Racing Sport in third place in the prototype class. NAB Racing still in first place at the moment in GT3 class, with the Racing Lions in second place, with Euphoria Racing White still on the tailpipe of Racing Lions at the moment, but these two have just pulled away ever so slightly from Blue Flag Racing GT, but they are still keeping in that. And of course we've got this battle at the front of GTC as the leader has gone past these two. Spirit of Le Mans, they're in the lead of the GTC class, with Baguette Racing in second and the Orange Devils in third place at the moment. But yeah, 18 minutes gone so far, and well, there's plenty of action going on this historic Spa-Francorchamps circuit. It's always a favourite of the endurance races.
Definitely. This is, I'll say, one of the top four...
Pros Racing Sport, they're into the pits. The 176 car. So they've obviously had an issue. They've got a lot of damage to the left-hand side of their car. And what's happened is that they're coming round the outside through Blanchimont, or into the entry of Blanchimont, and into the tyre barrier on the outside there of Blanchimont, trying to go past one of the GTC back markers, getting onto the grass. I don't think the GTC car expected them to try and go around the outside there, but they did, and that's cost them majorly.
Yeah, this was gonna be one of the one of 3 other places that traffic was gonna be an issue. Like they say, Blanchimont, Eau Rouge, Radillon, and Pouhon are pretty much the 3 very fast corners that perhaps the DPs are able to go full throttle, but the GT3s and GTCs cannot take a full throttle. So it was a matter of patience and waiting, and looks like Pro Sim Racing was not Pros Racing, sorry, was not really patient, trying to get the overtake, and well, they already paid the price.
So as we see, it is, well, in this GTC battle, and it's Baguette Racing right on the back of the Spirited Le Mans car, the 333 car. This is just carrying on and on. These two are slowly pulling away from the third place GTC class car, but again, Baguette Racing, they're not able to get past so far to come out the bus stop chicane for another lap. And I mean, they don't have to get desperate here. That's a good point of it. They don't have to get desperate because, you know, it is a long race, as we say, and there's plenty of time still to do your job.
Definitely, and the Baguette Racing may also be thinking championships, and their closest competitor is Spirit of Le Mans. So by having them in front, they could be just running their own race, thinking that second place for now, it's just a good position. There's still plenty of racing to go as we got some DPs going around them. But yeah, they can be thinking a championship now, or they can be saving fuel. So it could be a mix of strategies, and let's see. They still got plenty of time to go. So let's see how they handle their own race.
How difficult is this for the prototype drivers going past two that are battling for the lead of their class? Because you don't want to overly affect their race, but at the same time, you don't want to lose too much time on the car in front of you in your class, do you?
It's a juggling act, to be honest. You're trying to get your own race, but you also got slower classes in front of you, especially when you got a battle for the lead. You're trying to be mindful of they could be battling each other, and you as a faster class also gotta think that they may not be able to see you. So you gotta take extra precautions to make sure that you can make your pass around in a safe manner, and you don't get taken out accidentally. So as a faster class, you're just trying the best to let the cars in front of you know, like, hey, I'm here. I just wanna go around you. So just keep doing what you're doing. I'll just do my best.
Absolutely. Well, they come through Blanchimont with some of the prototypes running behind them, and well, into the bus stop chicane, and again Baguette Racing just trying to get past but not able to do it so far, and across the line for another lap. Baguette Racing moving right over to the left hand side to get out of the way of these four prototypes that are all battling away. So Baguette Racing just conceding that time to Spirited Le Mans to let these cars pass cleanly so it doesn't affect the race too much.
Yeah, this is the part of endurance racing that you just gotta have some patience. There's a good line of faster cars that are gonna go around you, as we have one go really out of the track to overtake the Spirit of Le Mans entry. And this is also one of the beauties of endurance racing. You take some, you give some, you take some, so it'll eventually come back to Baguette Racing, and I guess and so for now it's just give some. Eventually they will just get it back somehow.
And we've seen the Legends racing car, the 109 car, get ahead of Blue Flag Racing prototype. So that is up to 7th place in the race for Darren Seal at the wheel of that Legends racing car. Of course, they were going through that backmarking traffic at that time, but able to make that move stick. And I'm just having a look elsewhere. The GT3s is still that close battle for second place in GT3s between Racing Lines and Euphoria Racing White, and in fact they've managed to drop the Blue Flag Racing GT car away from them a little bit, so it's about 2.5 seconds to 3 seconds between them now. So these two battling still for second place in GT3 at the moment. And just to go through the standings again, so it's Corsim Racing at the front of this race. The 111 car has now got a 12.5 second lead over Blackadder Motorsports, the 166 car. Team Hoisig Engineering, championship leaders in the prototypes, they are in third place at the moment. in the prototypes. And as we were saying, at the front of the GT3 class, it's NAB Racing. They have a 6-second lead over Racing Lines, with Euphoria Racing White right on their tail. And at the front of the GTC class, it is still Spirit of Le Mans at the front of that class, just at 1.2 seconds. So that backmarking traffic, that traffic coming through, just affecting that battle a little bit, with Baguette Racing second and the Orange Devils just coming across the line here in third place as well. So plenty of action going on through the field so far, Alvin, and well, everybody's just settling down now, aren't they? They've had their excitement at the start of the races. Ooh, that 311 car, the 311 car was getting sideways coming out of La Source, right in front of the 4X Racing Fatty's car. So a little bit of a moment there, hearty mouth moment there. But just as I was saying that everybody's calming down, you know, we have that. But you know, you're into the rhythm now, aren't you, Alvin? You've settled down into the routine, and you're just trying to make some good laps now.
Pretty much, it's the first couple laps. You can have two choices. You can go easy and see how the car goes, or you can push a little bit and see what the car can give, and also see what your opponents can also do. Then, so you can in a way use those first laps to see the strengths and weaknesses of everybody, and then after you get all that information, you can pretty much settle down and perhaps discuss now with your team manager and your teammates and see what will be the plan for the rest of the race.
As we see on screen at the moment, Avid Chronic Racing with Benjamin Gregory at the wheel. I commentate on him in the Kia series as well, so a man who likes to juggle the cars and try different things out. Well, he's in that 5th place at the moment, but NKH Racing very fast through Blanchimont this time around, trying to get past at the moment, taking a wider line, with Benjamin Gregory taking that tighter line into the bus stop. That's going to compromise him coming out of the bus stop, but NKH at the moment with Nicholas Helm at the wheel, not able to get past, but certainly hounding Ben Gregory at the moment for that 5th place with the Legends Racing car. So Darren Seal, he's not wasted any time to catch up to these as well. So a real 3-car battle going on now.
Yeah, there's a tricky. Well, NKH and Avid Chronic just pretty much are close, with Legends Racing just right behind, as they're starting to close now on Camel Straight, thanks to the slipstream. That now they go almost side by side with NKH Racing into the Cuban. They're almost 3 wide, but yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, Darren Seal got a fantastic run through Blanchimont and over through Radior, and was able to make that move down the Kemmel Straight. NKH trying to get past Nicholas Helm at the wheel there, as we said, but well, we've now got another couple of cars on the back of this train of cars now. We've got Blue Flag Racing with Victor Dravgard and Johan van der Beld in the 4X Racing car, so they're getting caught up to this battle for 5th place. So real exciting 5-car battle at the moment, but as we say, Darren Seal, the man on the move at the moment.
Yeah, with that good move so far. Now he has his aim at 5th place on Avid Chronic Racing. Let's see if he can get in front on up in here as they go through Paul, and let's see if he can get a run through Blanchimont and perhaps do an overtake going into the bus stop. But yeah, so far he looks like the man on the move, and let's see what he can do now.
So there is about 1.5–2 seconds covering these 5 cars at the moment, but NKH with that run out of Blanchimont again, down the outside into the bus stop chicane, very late on the brakes, and past Darren Seal to make that place back. So NKH back up into 6th place and is starting to put the pressure on Ben Gregory in that Avid Chronic Racing car. Darren Seal, he's fallen into the grasps of the Blue Flag Racing prototype car. So these cars still, they're battling away. They're going absolutely hammer and tongs. They want to make sure that they get up in front of people and then able to keep those positions as down they come now into Eau Rouge. This very steep, very fast section of the track up there through Radillon and now up the Kemmel Straight. And as we saw last lap, if you can get a good run out of there, you carry that speed all the way down the Kemmel Straight as Ben Gregory is going defensive again.
Yeah, if you can get a good run down from Radillon, you can definitely mount an attack breaking into Lecun. But Gregory did a great job at also getting a good run through Radillon and was able to take a defensive line and defend it. As now we have the Legends Racing also joining the party again with Blue Flag and 4X Racing. So looks like this is gonna be a good battle to look for the first hour until the pit stops start. So
and
let's see how they go.
Apex Racing Team, they've had a little bit of an incident here, and they've actually gone into the Pros Racing Sport, the 176 car. The 176 car's had a spin at Rivage, and as they've tried to reverse out the way of the Apex car, they ended up reversing into them. So Apex Racing Team with a bit of damage on the front of that, on the side of that car, should I say, and that's going to slow them down. They may have to pit if they're not able to keep up if the car's too damaged.
Yeah, this is kind of an unfortunate incident. Most of the people that spin, they think that the cars are gonna go to the inside, but the Apex saw that the car was in the middle of the racetrack and decided to go through the outside, and unfortunately it was a case of miscommunication between both entries. So yeah, kind of unfortunate that this happened, but let's just hope that
NKH are making the move. They're going side by side down into Eau Rouge at the moment. The 191 car side by side with Ben Gregory. Just having to get out of it there. Ben Gregory going across the runoff there, so he's going to have a slowdown penalty. That's going to let this whole pack of cars go past. And NKH now are going to have to go defensive because here comes Darren Seal in the Legends Racing car. He's going to come down the Kemmel Straight and take that place from him. But NKH not giving it up. Nicholas Helm into the Lecom, far too fast into there, but manages to hold on to the place. And these guys are all slowing each other down. And they're already 42 seconds behind the race leader. And we've only had about 31 minutes so far.
Yeah, good racing, but one of the things that iRacing has implemented in their service is some of the slowdown areas that if you get out, iRacing is just gonna hammer you and just gonna let you know that you gotta slow down, or you will get you may get a black flag. So it was kind of unfortunate that it happened, but we still have these 5 cars battling for what is essentially 5th place. So let's see how they go.
And we've got contact with the 117 car. That's the 4X Racing car, so they've had a little bit of contact as well. They were alongside Ben Gregory in the Avid Chronic Racing car into the Fania chicane, and that has meant that they have gone off over the grass. May have a little bit of damage, but they're still racing on.
Yeah, it was going side by side. Looks more like a racing incident. Car inside had a little bit of understeer and they had contact, but looks like nothing major. They're both able to keep going.
The battle for GTC is intensifying now into the Fania chicane. It is still Spirit of Le Mans in first place with Baguette Racing in second. The car 176, that is the Pros Racing Sport car. They have got a drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin of the track, so they've got to drive through the pit lane at pit limiter, and that's a big penalty because it's a very long pit lane here. But these two battling away, they're going to come through Blanchimont now. In this car, it's not flat out, you just give maybe a little lift to the gas pedal, little braking there. Through Blanchimont they go. Will Baguette Racing make the move now into the bus stop chicane? But Spirit of Le Mans doing a very good job so far of keeping ahead of them under intense pressure. Jean-Paul Nilhaus at the moment, Jean-Paul Nilhaus, sorry, at the wheel of that Spirit of Le Mans car, and Yacine Beber at the wheel of the Baguette Racing car. And into La Source they go again, and well, no matter what they do, Baguette Racing can't make it through.
It was interesting because when the DPs were going through them for the first time, Yacine just lifted a little bit and just let the whole DP field go by. So there was a nice 2-3 second gap between first and second place. And now that they're able to, and now that they're close by, as it looks like they're gonna make a run through Camel Straight, and yep, looks like he just got tired, and now he said, I'm taking the lead from you now, and I'm dictating the pace now.
Yeah, so Baguette Racing down the inside, down the Camel Straight into Le Combe. There you go, and that is the position for them into the lead of the GTC class. So they're ahead of Spirit of Le Mans. It'll be interesting to see now if they are able to pull away. We've got now battling with Team Huizinveld. They're getting involved with the back markers of the BMWs. They've got Sim Racing for Holland right behind them at the moment, and this battle's been going on. They're having to work their way through these BMWs, and so far Henry Gross managing to keep that third place, but Sim Racing for Holland, they're looking dangerous. Their last lap was over a second faster.
Yeah, Team Huizinveld Engineering has a little bit of damage on the right rear, so don't know how they got it. Perhaps it was some contact where they were going, where they were racing, perhaps at the beginning of the race. But yeah, Sim Racing for Holland so far has been the team to watch in the DP field. They started a little bit back in 6th, 7th place, and they've been able to just mount it as they and now Sim Racing for Holland is back in 3rd place. So yeah, definitely Sim Racing for Holland are just on a roll, knowing how to use traffic to overtake their competition. So I'll say Sim Racing for Holland should be the team to watch for this race.
I don't think Mario Reich will be very popular with with Henry Gross at the moment in that engineering car. But now Sim Racing for Holland are up behind a GTC and a GT3, but through they go. And well, oh, look at the Huizinveld. Henry Gross having to go left and right there just to make it past those two back markers. And now right onto the back of that Sim Racing for Holland car of Dennis Duna.
Yeah, that seems like this battle is not over yet. Good situational awareness from all the four cars going into Blanchimont, giving space to each other.
Yeah, absolutely. It needed cooperation between the three classes there. So coming through La Source now, Sim Racing for Holland. Will they be able to pull away now from Team Huizinveld Engineering? They look like they are, just slightly there over them, but they have got a few back markers up in front of them now as they come through Eau Rouge, up through Radion. Oh, they're running over the curbs there, unsettled the car. But now they've got SRM Motorsports and one of the BMWs, and down through the middle of them. Well, that was very interesting from the SRM Motorsports car to just come back in and get that slipstream again. But Sim Racing for Holland able to make it through, and well, Team Huizinveld Engineering getting held up behind that BMW of Euphoria Racing White.
Yeah, it kind of looked like a situation from Team Huizinveld Engineering, like, hey, Sim Racing for Holland, if you can go through traffic, so can I. So they're just, but again, it's just a case of everybody respecting each other on the racetrack. So good job by everybody being aware of what's going around them and giving space.
And we've got a battle here between Blue Flag Racing Prototype, the 155 car, Victor Dravgard, We've got Avid Chronic Racing with Ben Gregory, and we've also got 4X Racing with Johan van der Velde. These are all battling over that 6th place that Blue Flag Racing Prototype have at the moment, but they're getting held up behind one of the back markers, one of the GT3 class cars, and Ben Gregory losing a bit of time there, about 8/10 of a second, 9/10 of a second now behind that 155 car. And again, traffic playing a huge part in this race, as we always see, and you would have thought with a track layout like Spa-Francorchamps, with its long straights, its fast corners, that the traffic wouldn't become too much of an issue.
Well, it's kind of interesting, the dynamic on traffic on a track with fast corners versus a track with slow corners like Circuit of the Americas. In a case like, for example, Circuit of the Americas, you got slow corners, so when you're overtaking traffic, you don't have the issue with downforce. Pretty much everybody is at the same level of mechanical grip. But a track here like Spa-Francorchamps, you gotta take downforce into consideration. So now you have the GT3s and GTC maybe at their limit on downforce. So it kind of makes it a little bit more difficult for faster classes to go around.
Well, Blue Flag Racing Prototype, they have now got a 1.3 second lead over 1.8 second lead, over Ben Gregory now in the Avid Chronic Racing car, who is under increasing pressure from 4X Racing as they're coming down the Kemmel Straight side by side. Who's going to take the place into the Lecombe chicane? Oh, and contact between the two of them. They both go over the grass, and Ben Gregory really running slow there, and that's allowed one of the FRT Hawkers car number 55 to go through, so they are now taking a place, and Ben Gregory the big loser there.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting now to lose a little bit of their patience, and with traffic around, some people are better than others for sure, but they still gotta remember that they got pretty much a little bit over 3 hours to go, and they gotta hand over their cars to their teammates and as clean as possible. The last thing you want is to get the car in a mangle state, and then your teammate having to try to make their best to handle a little bit damaged race car.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a battle at the moment. Mario Reich in the 223 car of the Hawk Sim Racing GT3 car. They're ahead of Blackadder Motorsport, the 269 car. And this is a battle at the moment for 5th place in GT3. And they're pretty close together, about half a second between the two of them as they come out of the bus stop chicane now onto another lap. And it's a tricky position for the GT3 drivers, because it's they're faster than the GTC class cars, but they've got to do. As the 223 car of Hawk Sim Racing ran wide through La Source, and that's allowed Blackadder Motorsports to go through down the inside. I'll get to my point in a moment, but through now, through Eau Rouge they go again, up through Radion, and taking a lot of curb there through Radion, and Blackadder Motorsports holding that lead at the moment, but here come the Hawk Sim Racing car down up towards Lecombe once again under the braking, but at the moment Hawk Sim Racing having to hold behind, and also Nicholas Helm has got a black flag for dive bomb and contact, so yeah, a couple of penalties being issued by the organisers of this championship so far.
Yeah, it looks like some incidents here and there that have happened between classes, but very clear incidents where contact should have been avoided, or cars that had spun could have waited a little bit for others to go by and rejoin safely. But overall, the race looks like it's been a good pace so far for everybody. No major incidents except for 2 or 3 here and there, but so far it looks like it's been a good race for both of the teams.
Avid Chronic Racing once again getting involved. They've now got ahead of the FRT Hawkers, and they're now back on the gearbox of the 4X Racing car, of the 117 car of Johan van den Belde, who's just going past one of the GT3 cars at the moment. So Ben Gregory having to fight away, and FRT Hawkers, they're under pressure at the moment. There's a back marking car behind them. Does look like it at the moment. So at the moment it is Ben Gregory having a look down the inside into the bus stop chicane. Will he make that move stick? The answer is no, not quite yet. Through the exit of the bus stop now, he'll be hoping to get the better run out of the bus stop chicane, but at the moment still not able to make that move stick.
Yeah, so far it's been they're just trying to keep their own race, maybe saving fuel as well. So we should be pretty close to where the pit window will open. So in about 6 or 7 minutes, we should see cars coming into the pits, and now we should see the pit strategies come into play as well.
And the 274 car has got to drive through penalty. That's Mad Cape Racing. So that's another penalty for them. So it's all happening today. We've had 3 penalties so far in this race. They did get a warning as well, did the Mad Cape Racing, for avoidable contact. So yeah, this is it's not going well for them. But also another team under investigation by the stewards is Avid Chronic Racing for that contact. I would presume up at the Lecom chicane.
Yeah, that's sometimes things happen, as we have seen, and it was kind of speaking about that. If you see on the, I don't know if you managed to catch on the while we had the battle on the DPs for going into the bus, so there was a BMW that just went away and just straightened out that chicane, and fortunately there was a wall there to stop.
It was contact with the FRT Hawkers car. That's what did it. And Stefan Coppens, well, he's just lit up those tyres just to try and stop the car. There's lots of smoke across the grass. He's lucky not to catch anyone else as well. But yeah, he went bounce over and heavily into that tyre barrier. So they're in the pits at the moment. So the 281 Top Creek Racing car. So unfortunately for them, they are looking like they're not going to be effective in this race, but surely that'll get looked at as well.
Yeah, definitely, that's something that will get looked at as well. And one of the things that the GTP cars have and none of the other classes have is ABS, and that could be a blessing or it could be a curse. It could be a blessing because if under normal racing circumstances, it will help you stop effectively. You can pretty much slam on that brake pedal and it will help you stop. But in a case like that where you can have a small spin, the ABS will just activate and won't let you lock the tires, and that's what happens when ABS activates at the wrong time.
Absolutely. So well, we've still got this battle between Avid Chronic Racing and 4X Racing. This is the battle for 5th place at the moment, and well, there's just a little bit of a gap developed between these two now. So 0.7 of a second between them as they're working their way through traffic into Rivage. That's the core sim racing GTC car, the 311 car of Nice Malmgren, who's letting Ben Gregory now through around the corner with no name and down towards Pouon. There you go. And I don't know if you've ever been to Spa-Francorchamps, but on TV and also in sims like this, you do not understand just how steep this track is, how much elevation change there is. I've been lucky enough to go there for the Grand Prix back in 2013, and walking around the track, it is incredible, especially through Eau Rouge, how steep this track is, and you just don't get the impression in the sim, unfortunately.
Well, while you were battling with your PC to get it back in order, I mentioned that this is one of the tracks that is on my go-to list because I've never been there, It is my favorite track, I have to say, but unfortunately I haven't had the honor to go to Europe for that matter. But yeah, I've on paper it looks like you don't seem to appreciate the elevation changes as much, but I've had friends that have talked to me about the big elevation changes, especially through Rouge Radion. So hopefully one day I can go there and experience it personally.
Absolutely. Well, one of the GT3 cars, one of the BMWs, just coming out the pits there, and that was who was that then? That was well, anyway, coming down through a Rouge now. We'll just have a look at the Legends racing car, because they are up with the FRT Hawkers car at the moment. They're working their way through the traffic at the moment. FRT Hawkers just getting that baguette racing car, splitting them. In fact, we haven't gone through the standings, but at the front of the race, we've not really spoken about them as they come into the pits. Just as I say, about to say the name, the 111 car, of course, Sim Racing. They're into the pits for their first pit stop. They're in the lead. They had a 36.9 second lead when they came into the pits over second place Blackadder Motorsports. Hoisingval Engineering, they're in third place overall with Sim Racing for Holland. They've dropped back a little bit in fourth place with Avid Chronic Racing in fifth place at the moment. In the GT3 class, you have NAB Racing. They're leading at the moment by 6.4 seconds ahead of Racing Lions. Euphoria Racing White, they've dropped back a little bit now towards the end of this first stint, so they're 6.1 seconds behind in third place. And at the front of the GTC class, it's Spirit of Le Mans currently at the front of that. So Baguette Racing, even though they've made it past, have fallen behind again. And, well, Spirit of Le Mans showing some good pace here with Orange Devils in third place. But, yeah, that has actually surprised me. There must have been something happen for Baguette Racing to drop back behind there.
Could also be a case of trying to, maybe they were battling, or this track also has a couple spots that they can have a slowdown penalty. So it wouldn't surprise me that they got one of those places where they get a slowdown penalty and they had to go the Spirit of Le Mans go by.
So we've got a pit party at the moment. We've had Core Sim Racing in for a pit stop. Blackadder Motorsports, they're just coming out now. So too with Team Hoisingval Engineering. Sim Racing for Holland, they're just coming out the pits now. We've got Avid Chronic Racing, they're onto pit road as well. And there is Hawk Sim Racing LMP, they're onto pit road as well. Apex Racing Team, 4X Racing Fatties, they're all coming onto pit road in the prototypes, but a couple of teams haven't. So the teams of, I'm just trying to figure that out. So the FRT Hawkers and Legends Racing, they've stayed out for the moment in the prototypes. They're the only ones that are still out there, and that's where we're focusing at the moment, because they've got a battle on their hands with the 166 car as well. So it is Blackadder Motorsports just ahead of FRT Hawkers and Legends Racing, but those two have yet to go into the pits.
Yeah, pit cycle's now going on for the Daytona prototypes. Pretty much what I was expecting. Around 53 to 55 minutes into the race, they should come into the pits. So now that the pit cycle's going on, yeah, we can see who's been saving fuel, who's been just going for it, and now we can see how their different race strategies are going to go from here through the rest of the race.
Yeah, we've got 3 hours 6 minutes left in this race, and Legends Racing with Darren Seal at the wheel at the moment, just holding position behind Danny Parafoa. Well, just coming into Blanchimont now and getting right onto the tail of that car is Darren Seal, and Darren looking to put pressure on at the moment, going up to the outside into the bus stop chicane. That will give him the better exit out of the bus stop chicane. They're both coming into the pit, so it's going to be a pit stop race between those two. But Team Hoisingval Engineering, they've just gone past the pits now, so they're starting another lap, but FRT Hawkers and Legends Racing, they're onto pit road at the moment for their pit stop. It'll be interesting to see who comes out first, if there's a driver change at all as well, because there could be a driver change. It is a 4-hour race, and the drivers have to manage their time. There are strict limits as to the maximum amount of laps that drivers can do at the moment. But on the pit road, we've got NKH as well. They're on pit road, just coming in to the pits now, so they're stopping there. And yes, Adam Parle gets into the Legends car, and Jose Pedrosa Fernandez is into the FRT Hawkers car there for them. So hopefully I pronounced that right, Alvin. And waiting for this pit stop to just cycle through. FRT Hawkers are the first ones away at the pit limiter, but Legends Racing, they're out as well. And NKH are side by side with FRT Hawkers. Have to give it up though, but Legends Racing have made the jump there in the pit stops and ahead of FRT Hawkers.
Yeah, it seems like by being sometimes there's some variability in iRacing regarding to pit stops. Not two pit stops are the same. It kind of depends how you line up the car and all that, but seems like they managed to get a good 5 second advantage over fifth place. So now let's see how they are able to manage that gap, and if they're able to open the gap or just keep a simple pace, as we got a spinner in right behind the FRT Hawkers entry as I was speaking about them. Looks like it was the 124 car.
Yeah, I'm just having a look to see if I can see that. Yes, it was. It was Torsten Kuipers in the Hawk Sim Race LMP car, and the exit of the Lecombe chicane just before Malmedy, and well, manages to keep it out the wall. Okay, it's nobody's gone past him as well, so he's kept position, but that's lost him a lot of time. That's cost him a lot there for Torsten Kuipers.
Yeah, even though it's an endurance race, there's I'll say 2 or 3 things that you really want to avoid. One is have a spin, 2 have a contact, and 3 get a race-ending incident. And if you're gonna have one of the 3, might as well have a spin where no damage is done to the car. Of course, you will lose time, but at least you're still able to keep going into the race.
Of course, yeah. See, you know what? I had totally forgotten about this. With the changes that iRacing made in the latest build, you can actually share pit boxes, so they're only using the Grand Prix pit lane here. So the actual time spent in pits isn't as bad as it was, say, before those changes were made. So that's good to see, as we've seen the Hawk Sim Racing GT3 car and Blackadder Motorsport, they're battling away. But into the pits, Spirit of Le Mans, Baguette Racing, Orange Devils, Core Sim Racing GTC, SRN Motorsports are just coming into the pits now. But the first ones out the pits are the Spirit of Le Mans car, and they've been going well so far actually. Still in the lead of GTC, ahead of Baguette Racing. They did make a slightly longer pit stop there, but Baguette Racing just coming out there. I'm just looking about 7 seconds behind at the moment. So Spirit of Le Mans doing a very good job so far. As into the pits again is Nicholas Helm in the NKH car. So they're having some issues at the moment with their car, but yeah, at the moment, GTC, they're all going in for their pit stops. So the last ones, as always, are the GT3 cars to make those pit stops. But a good 6.8 second lead for Baguette Racing at the front there. We are waiting just to see if any of the GT3 cars come in at the moment. But at the moment, NAB Racing at the lead of that GT3 group. And Racing Lions are in second place, with Euphoria Racing White in third place in GT3. So those 3, they've all spread out now a little bit. There's not really any sort of battles going on in GT3 at the moment, or in the prototypes really, although Henry Gross is within a second and a half as Euphoria Racing White come into the pits for the GT3 class. So they're the first one of the leading GT3 cars to come into the pits.
Well, during pit cycles, it's kind of hard to follow any particular battle, given that given all the different pit stop strategies. Some may pit earlier, some may pit later. So now it's just a matter of seeing who's able to do the cleanest and fastest laps before they get into the pits, and who can get in and out the pits as cleanly as possible as well.
And so, well, there's a few more GT3 cars coming into the pits, as well as one of them nearly collects the GTC car that was coming down pit road there of the ABL Endurance team. But the GT3 cars, they're all on pit road at the moment. The leading GT3 cars, though, they haven't pitted yet. Fabian de Jong at the wheel of the NAB racing car. But Euphoria Racing, they're still in their pit box, and it's a long old pit stop for these GT3 cars, but they do take on a lot of fuel as, well, there's a GT3 car with a bit of damage there coming out the pits. That's Top Freak Racing. They're just going down the pit road, just giving the steering an old wiggle just to see if everything's still straight, and does appear so, as pulling away now is Euphoria Racing White out the pit lane. 65.7 seconds to put fresh tyres and refuel the car, and well, the other GT3 cars there still now, they're just coming out now. Of course, with the GT3s, they have to refuel the car, and then after it's finished refueling, change the tyres. A little bit of different rules there compared to the other classes in this race, and it does affect the pit stop times, Alvin.
It does. In a way, as the NAB Racing now is coming into the pits, but the GT3 cars are the reason their pit stops are done this way is that they had to comply with the blank pond regulations, which we will have the first World Endurance Championship with blank pond with the GT3 cars soon. So in a way, it does affect it, because you gotta putting tires or not putting tires, it may save you around 15 seconds in terms of pit stop times. But I don't see any team trying to save those 15 seconds, as it's pretty much only one tire compound that we have here in iRacing, and by the end of the first 10, it's pretty much all gone, and the 15 seconds that you may save trying to not putting tires, you're gonna lose a lot more trying during the second stint, trying to double stint tires. So I really don't see anybody trying to double stint tires here.
It's interesting you mentioned the Blancpain World Endurance Championship that's going to be in iRacing, coming to iRacing this year, and of course it's going to be shown here on iRacing Live with RaceSpot TV, along with the other two World Championships, the Grand Prix World Championship, and of course the Peak Antifreeze NASCAR World Championship, here as always live on iRacing Live. And brand new to RaceSpot TV is that NASCAR Championship, as NAB Racing just coming out the pits there for after their pit stop. That was a 68.3 second pit stop, so just over about a minute and 8 seconds there for a pit stop in that GT3 car, as the Racing Lions, they're just coming around Stavelot, and will be, I would have thought they would be coming into the pits this time round. But yeah, exciting times for RaceSpot TV, Alvin, and it's great to have all three World Championships on RaceSpot and iRacing Live.
Absolutely, there's definitely something good being done by RaceSpot TV. So it's good that we get to broadcast the top three sim racing world championships here on RaceSpot TV.
Absolutely. Racing Lions, they are coming onto pit road now, so they are currently your GT3 leaders, but that will surely hand back over to NAB Racing when they come past the pits, because of course, as we say, you've been seeing, it's a long pit stop for these GT3 cars. And well, while they come into the pits, what we will do is just quickly run down the orders so far. So Core Sim Racing, the 111 car. They are in the lead of this race overall by 46 seconds over second place. Although saying that, no, it's Henry Gross in the Team Hosenbell Engineering car. They've moved up to second place now, ahead of Christian Challoner in the Blackadder Motorsports car, the 166 car. So Team Hosenbell Engineering, they are up into that second place. A good work from them. Sim Racing for Holland are in fourth place overall, with 4X Racing in fifth place. In the GT3 class, as we say, we've got the pit stops going on at the moment, but that'll all cycle out, but we'll leave that for the time being. GTC, you've got Spirit of Le Mans, they're in the lead of that class. They are 6.8 seconds ahead of Baguette Racing, the team that's had, well, they've had the stranglehold over this championship in the first 3 rounds so far of Baguette Racing, but Spirit of Le Mans giving a good showing here today, and more than giving a good showing, as I say, 6.8 seconds ahead of them, with Orange Devils in third place at the moment. But GT3 class, you have got Fabien Dion and at the wheel of NAB Racing. They are in the lead of that GT3 class at the moment. Coming out the pits is Racing Lions. They are in second place with Frank van Brandvik in second place, and in third place in GT3 is Juan Segarra in the Euphoria Racing white car. So what we'll do is, we've just had about an hour and 5 minutes gone in this race, an hour and 6 minutes gone, should I say, in this race. So what we'll do is we'll just step aside for one moment and just take a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because the 4 hours of Spa in the Gathering of Tweakers will be continuing right here, live on iRacing Live and RaceSpot TV. Stay right there, we'll be right back.
For iRacing to get Le Mans is huge. I mean, this is a unique event, a unique track where, you know, half of the track is public road, so you can never test on it, you never get experience on it, and it's 8 miles in length, 4-minute lap time in a GT car. So, you know, even if you're here for an hour of testing, that's only 15 laps, and you're only going to see the corner 15 times that day. The first section going through the Dunlop area is pretty unique. You know, it's got elevation change and off camber. Then you go down Mulsanne into the chicanes, and you know, the straights are unbelievably long. It's a tricky track, and you know, every year I've come here, this being my 4th year, you learn something new every time.
We've wanted to add Le Mans to iRacing for a long time, and we've really been working hard towards it for the last 5 years. But really, things only came together in the last week leading up to this race, so it was a real scramble to put everything together. The majority of Le Mans is public roads. So when they're preparing for the 24-hour race, it's really the only time that we can visit to laser scan and photograph the track so that we can recreate it in iRacing. We work closely with the ACO to get essentially exclusive access to the facility and everything that we needed to get the laser scanning and photographic reference that we need to create the track. We were very fortunate to be at Le Mans at the most important time of the year and gain that experience of being there. And we're going to really do the best we can to put that into our work and making sure that the Le Mans in iRacing is the best Le Mans, the most exciting and accurate recreation of the track possible.
Welcome back to the 4 hours of Spa here in the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series. It's Paul Smith alongside Alvin Nieves with Hugo Louis on the cameras. And well, we've had the first hour, we've had the first pit stops, we've had plenty of drama in the start of this race, but plenty of action going on track. It's Core Sim Racing from Triple One car. They're in first place. Second place, 50 seconds behind our Blackadder Motorsports, but they've got Henry Gross-White with them in Team Hoiscott Engineering car in third place as they're going side by side actually down the Kemmel Straight at the moment. Henry Gross looking to go around the outside into Lecombe at the chicane, but well, he's making that move stick because he's going to have the inside here, but Blackadder Motorsports, they're going to have the inside. Christian Challoner round Malmedy, but Team Hoiscott Engineering to help able to keep the speed up there round the outside. And well, Hoiscott Engineering up into second place, but these two have been battling a little bit since the pit stops.
And yeah, and as we were focusing on that DP battle, NIB Racing had a small moment with Torque Freak GTC entry going into Lecombe. They make contact, and one of them went off track, but both of them are able to keep going as well.
Oh, I can tell you that contact that happened between the FRT Hawkers car and the Torque Freak GT3 car at the bus stop chicane, there was no further action taken because it was just considered a racing incident by the stewards. So plenty of action for the stewards so far in the first half of the race, but it's all calmed down now and everyone seems to be behaving. So yeah, so there's that battle for second place in the prototype class going on. NAB Racing, as you say, they're just behind them actually. They're in first place in GT3 with Racing Lions in second place. 15 seconds the best part of behind, with Euphoria Racing White in third place. And in the GTC class, Spirit of Le Mans, they are in first place in GTC with Baguette Racing in second and Orange Devils in third place. But I would say at the moment the battle that's going on at the moment really is the battle for 6th place and 5th place, and that's Ben Gregory. He is behind the 155 car of Blue Flag Racing with Yuka Savati at the wheel, and I do apologise if I have pronounced his name wrong, but yeah, Ben Gregory still at the wheel of the Avid Chronic Racing car, so obviously double stinting this part of the race as through Paul Freya they go towards Blanchimont, this high-speed left-hander. You're pretty much flat out in these prototypes, but when you've got back markers ahead, you've got to just back off a little bit, and that's allowing the 4X Racing car to catch up to the back of these two, battling away as they head towards the bus stop chicane now. And Ben Gregory going side by side, and in fact going to make it through there for position. So that is up to 5th place for Ben Gregory, but will that car of the 155 car, the Blue Flag Racing car, will they be able to make the move? Well, they've actually got 4X Racing going past them now, so 4X Racing making the moves as well, and they've got someone behind. So it's all happening at the moment here for the 155 car, because they've got Adam Kell right behind them. He's laps down though. He's a lap down is Adam, so he'll just have to hang back for the time being.
Yeah, now we're into the second stint for pretty much everybody. Now the interesting part here is we have drivers that are doing double stint, but we also have fresh drivers. So sometimes the mental part that is needed to run this race is now it's starting to come into play. So let's see how the teams that have their second drivers now, how they manage the race versus the teams that are double stinted their drivers. Let's see how they are able to manage the race.
And it's a unique event, a unique circumstance here, as the 311 car, the Core Sim Racing car, they're ahead of the Orange Devils, so Orange Devils just losing out there. But it's a unique set of circumstances this week because, of course, we have the special event, the Daytona 24 Hours race going on at the moment, and some of these drivers will be driving in that race as well. So it's a lot of driving for these people to be in.
Yeah, now this is just a matter of how teams are able to manage their drivers and their resources throughout this whole weekend, because as you said, we got a 24-hour race going on right now, and some of these drivers have to be pretty much jumping between here and the 24-hour race. So usually big teams are able to benefit from these types of circumstances, given that they got more resources, more drivers, so they can split their available drivers throughout different races, versus smaller teams which will have to do a better job at managing their times and all. And you also have to consider that not all drivers live on the same time zone. So
Whoa! A prototype car going out of control, heading to, well, it was the Hawk Sim Racing car of Torsten Kuipers, the 124 car. What on earth happened there?
Yeah, let's see what happened. But to finish my point, we also have different time zones, so that's also that we need to take into consideration for teams that are trying to get there. Yeah, and it seems like the FRT Hawkers, they're just were
Hawk Sim
underbraking.
Racing.
Yeah,
Torsten
Hawk Sim
Kuipers,
Racing,
yeah. Just got onto the grass a little bit, and that's what sent the car around. And that was very close to our race leading Core Sim Racing car.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Core Sim Racing just had just had their scary moment, and they're just counting their lucky bunny paws right now, and see if they have any left for this race, because they've been pretty much dominating this whole race, and having that happen when you least expect it, it's pretty sure her racing moment, to be honest.
I suppose if you're going to have something happen where there's going to be contact at some point in the track, you want it done there, because you're right at the entry to the pit road, so at least it's a quick trip to the pit lane rather than having to do a full lap of the track.
Yeah, that's also true. If you're gonna have that happen, might as well happen, like you said, right at the entrance of the pit entrance. But still, being the race leader, that's the last thing you want for sure.
Absolutely. As Team Hoyserville Engineering, Henry Gross, he's just getting stuck behind the SRN Motorsport, Scott McGarvey, at the wheel of that car, the GTC class car, and that's allowing Christian Challoner to get right onto the back of that car. We've also got a battle going on in the GT3 class, Hawk Sim Racing. They are battling away at the moment. They've got Blackadder Motorsports have just gone past them, in fact. So that is a move for position. So Hawk Sim Racing up to 5th place in class. So good work for them so far. But those two seem to have been in and around each other all race so far. And Mario Reich at the wheel of the Hawk Sim Racing car, able to get ahead of them. And I can tell you there's been a warning as well for the 4X Racing car for avoidable contact on the 155 Blue Flag Racing Proto car.
Yeah, that's it seemed like when I kind of had a glimpse of that contact on Rivage, and they were kind of side by side, and there was some contact, but nothing major. They were both were able to go, but it seems like the 155 car was deemed like the responsible of that contact. So they just got a warning. That's all. That's always good. So it's just a matter of the race steward saying to just calm down and be mindful of what's happening around you.
And we've got another incident under investigation. It's the 109 car, Legends Racing. They have been involved in an incident with the Baguette Racing car, and that's for avoidable contact. So they're under investigation. Baguette Racing, it's not going well for them so far, because they're in 2nd place in class. They're 12 seconds behind now, behind Spirits of Le Mans. So yeah, it's okay. They're still in 2nd place in class, but it's not the dominating display that we've seen previously from Baguette Racing.
Yeah, it may seem like this track may suit more the Spirit of Le Mans entry than the Baguette Racing. And going back to the incident on the warning for avoidable contact, it wasn't Blue Flag Racing, it was 4X Racing. My apologies for that. But yeah, going back to the Baguette and Spirit of Le Mans. It seems like Spirit of Le Mans are more suited for track like Spa-Francorchamps, and they're just taking the most advantage of it here. And we've seen that they have been pretty much running in front of the GTC field, except for small time that Baguette Racing were able to run in front, but so far it looks like a Spirit of Le Mans.
And Orange Devils have made it ahead of the GoT Sim Racing 311 car, so that's a change of position in the GTC class. So Orange Devils making that place back on the Orange Devils making that place back on GoT Sim Racing as they come through the bus stop chicane now. These two are still close together at the moment, so we'll just stick with this one for the time being. They've got some traffic coming through just to lap them at the moment as they go into the La Source hairpin, and it's so difficult to get your braking right for La Source because it's so easy to just miss your braking point and end up going straight on there.
Yeah, given that it's a heavy braking zone, and then on top of that, you add there's a slight uphill that goes into La Source. It's kind of easy to lock up your brakes, and then and if there is one corner that you really want to get right, is that one, La Source, because it takes you down through that Air Rouge Radillon section. So it's kind of difficult in a way, but it's also one of those that if you get it right, you get that feeling of doing getting something perfectly done, and then getting to enjoy that run through the back straight.
Absolutely, yeah. As you say, any speed that you can carry out of La Source carries it all the way down to Eau Rouge and through Radillon and down the Kemmel Straight. So really, it's an important start to your lap. If you mess up at the start of your lap, well, where do you expect your lap to go from there? But at the moment, the Orange Devils are just slowly pulling away from the GoT Sim Racing car. So Steve Clays at the moment at the wheel of the Orange Devils car in third place, with fourth place Dominic Enkel in the GoT Sim Racing GTC car. That's of course is third and fourth in class, not overall. Your standings at the moment, we've got about 2 hours and 37 minutes to go. GoT Sim Racing in the prototype car, the 111 car, they're in the lead of this race by 50 seconds ahead of Team Soyson Engineering. They've managed to pull a little bit of a gap now, 2.1 seconds over Blackadder Motorsports, so Henry Gross able to just pull out that gap a little bit over Christian Challoner. Sim Racing for Holland, they're in fourth place. At the moment, David Chronic Racing, they've had an eventful race in fifth place, and sixth place is Forex Racing in the prototypes. In the GT3 class, NAB Racing, we've not really mentioned them much, but they're doing a good job at the front of GT3. They are 15 seconds ahead of the Racing Lions, who are in second place. Third place, Euphoria Racing White, 10 seconds behind them, with Blue Flag Racing in fourth, Hawk Sim Racing GT3 in fifth, and Blackadder Motorsports just dropping back a little bit now. We were watching them a little bit earlier. They've just dropping back now in sixth place, and as we've been saying, in the GTC class, you've got Spirit of Le Mans. They are now 10 seconds ahead of Baguette Racing, who've caught up a little bit of time there. So a little bit of traffic maybe coming into play. Baguette Racing in second place, of course, with Orange Devils in third place. They're still battling side by side with the GoT Sim Racing car into the Lacombe section of this track. And well, we'll stick with this battle at the moment as they come through into Malmedy. They've got the prototype cars coming through to lap them, but those two still neck and neck. GoT Sim Racing looking in towards Rivage, but not really an overtaking place there, as the one of the prototypes is going around the outside there of Dominic Engel, and that was Christian Challoner in the Blackadder Motorsports car. So that's the battle at the moment for third place in GTC, also racing in fourth. Fifth place in GTC is SRM Motorsports with Scott McGarvey. Again, somebody who not really mentioned much on this broadcast. And in sixth place, Steve Greenwood in the WR Racing GOT car. But we're concentrating on that third place battle in GTC. It's the Orange Devil, Steve Clays, ahead of GoT Sim Race's Dominic Enkel at the moment.
Yeah, so far it looks like the the battle to look at the moment is that third, fourth place in GTC between the Orange Devils and Core Sim Racing. They've been going now for a while, and it seems to be like the same dynamics that Spirit of Le Mans and Baguette Racing had during the first hour, just one car following the other, and just pretty much letting the car in front know that, hey, I'm here, and just pretty much trying to drive their own race.
And how much is it about the psychology of racing to it's motorsport and it's man and machine working together, but it's also the psychology of racing. It's a psychological warfare in effect between the two. The car behind is trying to put you under immense pressure to be able to make that mistake as they're just letting one of the prototypes pass.
Yeah, this is there's a physical aspect, and there's also a psychological or mental aspect to this one. Pretty much physical. We in sim racing, we are not exposed as much as in real life, as most of us. We don't have to deal with G-forces and all that. Pretty much what we have is the force feedback of the wheel. Those that they're
Steve
pretty
Clare's
much
under pressure. Oh, the Orange Devils just running wide there, and that's allowed Dominic Engel in the Core Sim Racing GTC entry just get past through the through the Lacombe section, drifting the car out of Malmedy there into Rivage, and certainly on the edge is the 311 car of that Core Sim Racing entry. But you don't want to be sliding the back end too much, because you will heat up those rear tyres and make them perform, give you less grip, and make it worse towards the end of your stint.
That's also something that's part of the mental and psychological aspect that we were talking previously. You as a driver, once you're inside the car it is what it is, and you gotta manage what you have with you. So mentally, you also gotta be prepared to understand that the car is gonna have some changes, and those that are able to understand that the car will change during the whole stint are able to extract the best out of their cars. Sometimes understanding that, and perhaps going a little bit, not slower, but taking a little bit off the pace, just that you can save the car and you can have the car when you want it, at the moment that you want it. That's also one of the things that part of the mental aspect of racing, whether it's sim racing or real life racing.
We've only had one retirement in this race so far. Stefan Coppens in the Talk Freak Racing GT3 car, the 281 that was involved in that incident with a heavy impact with the tyre wall at the bus stop chicane. They are out of this race, and we've only got one other car that's multiple laps down as well, and that's Blue Line Motorsports Pro Speeds competition with Richard Simpson at the wheel of that car. They're 13 laps down in the GTC class, but they are still running. There's a little bit of damage to the car, but the main thing is they're still running, and they're in fact just getting caught up by this battle for third place in GTC between Core Sim Racing and Orange Devils. But Spa, it's a place where you can make mistakes and end up damaging the car quite a bit, but to only have lost one car so far is pretty good going so far within the first hour and a half of this race.
Yeah, pretty much everybody has been doing their own race. One retirement, as you said, but everything seems to be good with anybody else that is on the racetrack so far.
We've got a battle. High Octane Motorsports are side by side with Hawk Sim Racing GT3 going in towards Blanchimont. You don't want to be going side by side through there. A little bit of contact. Over the curbs they go. And well, that could have been a lot bigger than what it was. Yeah, that's certainly a change of underpants moment there.
Yeah, that's.
And I think that's what they're doing as well. They're coming into the pits.
Yeah, it could be possible that something happened and they're just maybe they got a little bit of damage, or who knows, or they could be on an alternate strategy. But yeah, it's just very very good racing between both of them. A little bit of contact, as you said, but yeah, that's Blanchimont, one of those corners that if you're gonna make a pass, make sure that you can stick it. But they just managed to get it working.
Core Sim Racing in the GTC class, the 311 car, they are still in third place, but they're still under pressure from the Orange Devils. And I can tell you there is a stop and hold for 60 seconds penalty for FRT Hawkers, the number 55 car, for contact with the High Octane Motorsports 220 car. So maybe that's what's caused the High Octane Motorsports 220 car to go into the pits, damaged because of that incident. But yeah, stop and hold for 60 seconds for FRT Hawkers. That is a big penalty for them.
Yeah, definitely. They got the penalty as well. It was contact. Probably it could have been a warning under different circumstances, as we have seen contacts and avoidable contacts for warnings for those type of contacts with other teams. But since they already got a warning at the beginning of the race, well, now they just got to stop and hold.
And that's going to pretty much write off their chances of any sort of decent finish. They are a lap down on the leader, but there's only the top 6 in this race that are actually on the lead lap at the moment. But FRT Hawkers are heading down towards the bus stop chicane. You would have thought they'd come into the pits now to get that penalty out of the way, which they do. So they're onto pit road at the moment, and from 10th place in the race, they are going to... Well, they're about a minute ahead of Nicholas Helm in the 191 car, so they'll probably only lose 1 place here, but that's still a lot of time to lose there. But still, that Core Sim Racing 311 car in the GTC class, they are just going through the Fania chicane. They're actually pulling out a little bit of a gap now, 1.5 seconds ahead of the Orange Devils, with Steve Players at the wheel of that car. Dominic Enkel at the wheel of the Core Sim Racing car.
Now they're pretty much now that they are ahead and pretty much there is no traffic ahead. Now they're able to drive their own race, and it looks like the Core Sim Racing car is Dominic Engel is a bit faster. So now we'll see if they're able to keep up this pace until the next cycle of pit stops.
Yeah, so this is pretty much the closest battle on the track, although there is the battle still going on between Johan van den Belde and Ben Gregory. There's about 2 seconds between them, so we'll just keep an eye out on that as the Core Sim Racing race leader, 111 car, has just gone and lapped them, so only the top 5 are on the lead lap at the moment. That just shows how much domination the Core Sim Racing 111 car has got in this race. They are, in fact, as they go across the line, they are currently 56.9 seconds ahead of Henry Gross in that Team Hoisingwell Engineering car. And they are 5.1 seconds ahead of Christian Challoner in the Blackadder Motorsports car in 3rd place overall. At the GT3 class, NAB Racing, they're still in the lead of that class with Fabien de Jong at the wheel of that car, just going through Ravion there, with 2nd place Racing Lines Frank van Brandvik in 2nd place, and in 3rd place is Euphoria Racing White Juan Segara at the wheel of that 222 car. And in the GTC class, as we've said, Spirit Le Mans, they're 12 seconds ahead. They're not really gaining any more time though. Spaghetti Racing have just slowly eating into that lead that they've got at the moment. They're in 2nd place as Baguette Racing, but a little bit of damage on the front after that contact. Well, they'll be suffering a little bit with top end speed, but 3rd place, as we said, as we've been following in that GTC class for Core Sim Racing GTC, with Dominic Engel at the wheel.
Yeah, pretty much most of the front runners have been able to do their own pace. really no pressure from behind. The only battle that we've been pretty much following for the last 30 minutes or so has been the third and fourth place GTC battle between Core Sim Racing and Orange Devils.
Now, we've seen, just with the GTC class, we've seen the domination that Baguette Racing have had in that class of competition. They've won all 3 races so far at Sebring, Cota and at Watkins Glen. But in each of those races there's been a different second place team. So in the first race at Sebring there was Spirit Le Mans in second place with Orange Devils in the second race there, and in the third race it was Talk Freak Racing. But we've seen that there is that bit of not consistency with other teams finishing in second place. So it's good to see that the Spirit Le Mans team, they're able to take the challenge to Baguette Racing and are able to push on and just try and gain a little bit of ground on them in the championship, although not a lot really, because Baguette Racing are in that second place.
Yeah, now we're pretty much midway through the season, so now points are a bigger factor than they were on the first 2, maybe 3 rounds. So now all the front runners in the championship standings now start thinking about finishing positions, and also taking into consideration that the champions in each class will get an automatic invitation to the Neo Endurance Series for next season. So now they gotta start thinking about championship points instead of race wins.
And well, I've just noticed, just looking at our timing screens, Forex Racing Fatties, they're in the pits. They've been in there a long time, and the reason is that they had a spin up at Les Combes and went heavily into the barriers. The 116 car on lap 40 up at Les Combes with that accident there, and that has just put them down. Now they're currently in 13th place in class, but they're a long time in the pits, and I don't think they're going anywhere fast.
Yeah, it looks like it was as we have Core Sim Racing going really wide into Blanchimont, overtaking one of the GTC cars. Kind of a scary moment, but they managed to go around the ABL Endurance team. Like I was saying, kind of a scary moment. Core Sim Racing trying to go around them, but they managed to keep the car on the racetrack.
Absolutely, at least on the exit of Blanchimont, there is that tarmac runoff there, so you can use that. As we saw Max Verstappen in the Formula 1 use that to go around the outside of who was it? They went around the outside in the Formula 1. But yeah, he made that fantastic overtake and move around the outside of Blanchimont, which he actually practiced here on iRacing. So just goes to show that even Formula 1 drivers use the iRacing service to practice overtaking manoeuvres, and maybe some of the other drivers in the F1 field should maybe get onto iRacing and get practicing those overtaking manoeuvres. But yeah, there is that space there to be able to run wide, and luckily it means that you can avoid making contact with the car that you're trying to overtake.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure now in real life, most, if not all of the racing teams do some sort of simulation. There are some drivers that they use iRacing to pretty much get their own practice. It's kind of interesting to see how things have evolved through the last 20 years or so. As previously, sims were not a big part of teams. Only big teams that can really afford building those simulators versus the teams that cannot build it. And you had then the only thing you had was going to a track and trying to get some testing done. And nowadays, given that most of the series have clamped down on testing time to try to cut costs, now we're seeing the proliferation of all these sims, so that drivers can get their own seat time. And also, there are some series that have mandatory sim racing time, like WEC, that we had some rookie drivers that, in order to be able to race at the 24 hours of Le Mans, they had a mandatory, I think, 2-3 hours that they had to complete on a driving simulator. So it's good to see that sims are becoming a big part of racing in real life as well.
Absolutely, and when you've got a service that scans these tracks as accurately as iRacing do, I mean, you just have to look at the Nürburgring that they've released in the last build, and the work that they did with that, and the level of detail that was involved. It just goes to show that these sims are getting better and better. And of course, the wider that it is available, it gives the chances to people like myself and you to be able to race on these tracks, whereas I certainly wouldn't be able to afford to buy a racing car, get a racing license, and then take the car out to, say, Spa-Francorchamps and be able to run around the track.
Absolutely. For starters, for example, for a person like me, if I wanted to ever go to Spa-Francorchamps, well, to begin with, I gotta buy a plane ticket from where I live here in the USA to Belgium, and that will cost me maybe $3,000 round trip. And that's a really big expense, and that's not counting the car and the track time and all that. Versus here, where I can do all that for a fraction of what it would cost me in real life. So definitely good that we have the opportunity to do this here, and it also provides us a safe environment to do all this without worrying about crashing and having something happen to us physically.
Well, we're starting to see the prototypes coming in for their second pit stop. We've just had Blackadder Motorsport, the 166 car, coming to the pits there. With Sim Racing for Holland, they've been into pits twice as well, so they have made 2 stops. So we're starting to see this now. The pit stops are coming, and so race leader, Core Sim Racing, they're into pit lane now as well. Frederick Rasmussen at the wheel. Will they be changing driver? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, now pit cycle is pit cycle now is starting for the DPs as well. So for now, it seems like it's been a normal, pretty much a normal race strategy for Frederick Rasmussen as they're coming out of the pits now. So yeah, still the same driver. So we should be expecting at the next stop, presumably they will be changing to. They will be doing a driver change, but so far it seems like for every team in the DP class, it's pretty much a normal race strategy. Haven't seen any real fuel saving strategies by any team so far.
And well, the team Hoysenville Engineering, they're into pits, and actually Sim Racing for Holland, they hadn't made their second pit stop, so they are making their second pit stop now. I do apologise for getting that slightly wrong there, but team Hoysenville Engineering, Christian Kivit is getting into the car now. So Henry Gross, he's done 2 straight stints in the wheel of the car, so he's handed over now to Christian Kivit. But Sim Racing for Holland, Dennis Duna is still at the wheel of that car, and they're both coming out the pit lane now after making their pit stops. So second place and third place in the race, they've made their pit stops now as well. But Core Sim Racing, the 111 car, they've still got Juha Pekalami waiting to come into that car. So he'll be waiting eagerly to get at the wheel for his first feeling of this track. As we'll just have a look through the field here. We've got, so as we say, Core Sim Racing, they're in the lead at the moment, the 111 car, with Frederick Rasmussen at the wheel. He's been in for his second pit stop. Team Hoysenville Engineering, Christian Kiewit has just got into the car. They're in second place with third place Sim Racing for Holland, Dennis Duna at the wheel of that car. In the GT3 class, you've still got NAB Racing. They are in the lead with Fabian de Jong. The immensely talented Fabian de Jong. He's at the wheel, although he's going side by side with a race-leading car through the bus stop chicane. That's far from ideal for the race leader. We've got the 4X Racing car is on pit road at the moment. Vincent Brem has got into that car, so they're doing a driver change. They're in 4X Racing. Yeah, NAB leading the GT3 class with Racing Lions in second place. Third place is Euphoria Racing White in the GT3 class, and in GTC it's still Spirit of Le Mans at the lead of that particular class, with Baguette Racing in second place, and they're just falling back a little bit again. They're now 13.5 seconds behind, so yeah, they were catching up a little bit earlier, but now just falling back a bit from Spirit Le Mans. And in third place in class, it's GoT Sim Racing, the 311 car. So that's the top three for each class in this race at the moment. And well, as I say, we're getting pit stops now in the prototype class, and we're getting about sort of. It's actually not been too bad for the fuel, really, for the prototypes around this track this time around, has it, Albert?
It's been pretty much what I was expecting from the DPs here. It's pretty much been a normal 50 to 55 minute stint for the DPs. I'm pretty sure that if this was a 3-hour race, they will try to do it a little bit different and maybe try to stretch it a little bit in terms of fuel consumption. But given that it's a 4-hour race, it's kind of odd race distance to trying to calculate fuel consumption. So under these circumstances, it's just pretty much go as fast as you can, and we'll just figure it out when the time comes for the last pits for the last stop.
And the team that has been going as fast as they can has been GoT Sim Racing in the lead of this race by 1 minute 6 seconds as the 124 car, Hot Sim Racing, Torsten Kuipers, comes into the pits. We've got a couple others in the pits as well. So the 113 car, that's Avid Chronic Racing. They've switched drivers to Ben Gregory. He's done his double stint there. He's out the car, and Gino Vandenbroek is at the wheel of that car now. But as I say, the 124 car of Torsten Kuipers, he comes into the pits now. He pulls up at his pit stall. Will he change drivers? Well, he did get into that car in the last stint, did he? No, he's changing driver here as well as Torsten, so that will be changing over to Christian Bug for the Hawk Sim Racing LMP car, the 124 car. So they're making their pit stop at the moment. Really, there's only Legends Racing out of those prototype class cars who hasn't pit yet. But look at the damage on the rear left of that 109 car, the Legends Racing car. That rear wing's damaged, and a little bit of damage to the rear diffuser as well.
Yeah, it looks like they may have been that incident that they were involved in was had some really bad consequences for them. So it'll be interesting to see how that damage affects as well as the downforce on the car, as these cars are pretty much downforce dependent.
Absolutely, and they seem to be struggling through some of the corners as well, so rear end downforce is certainly being affected for Adam Parl of that Legends Racing car. The 178 car, Team Hosevat Engineering, they're in a battle at the moment with Sim Racing for Holland. Sim Racing for Holland, they're looking to make the move down the inside into the Lecombe chicane, late on the brakes, down the inside, and well, just cuts in front of Team Hosevat Engineering, and Christian Hewitt had to give up that place. And well, Sim Racing for Holland with Dennis Duna at the wheel of the car, they have made it through into second place. But we have seen those cars swap and change between each other throughout this race, and as the race goes on, as more rubber goes down on the track, and as there's more dirt and rubbish brought onto the track with cars running wide, that just affects things through the race and affects the balance of the car as well.
Yeah, now we're pretty much almost Yeah, we're around an hour, 50 minutes into the race, and now we gotta take into consideration the tire marbles and dirt and grass and everything that's being picked up by these cars and being brought into a racetrack. Now we may see to start seeing a one-lane racetrack, and anybody that decides to veer off that racing line gotta take into consideration that the track will be dirty. And yeah, now pretty much all teams have to plan out their passes if they're going to do one as well.
And, you know, a lot of people will be saying, well, it's only a sim, you know, yeah, there's marbles on the track, but it doesn't have an effect. It has a massive effect. If you go, it's a sim race in Holland, just losing the back end a little bit through the midpoint of that bus stop chicane. But yeah, if you go over those marbles, and then you try and brake or try and take a corner at the speed that you were doing every other lap, you don't have that grip there. You do pick up those marbles on your tyres. It's the same as if you run onto the grass. You pick up the dirt from the grass there, so it does affect your grip levels. And iRacing doing a fantastic job with that to make it more and more of a challenge, especially in these endurance races.
Yeah, it's one thing to try to be at the limit on a surface that is pretty much smooth and you know what to expect, and it's a whole nother thing to try to be at the limit on a surface that is all dirty. It can be filled with tire marbles, dirt, grass. So yeah, it does make a big difference depending on the track conditions. But fortunately, all these all the teams know that this is part of the race, and I'm pretty sure that they know that if they're gonna go off the track, that they should be able to notice the reduction in grip and manage that while they clean their tires as well.
So yeah, so we're coming up almost now to the 2-hour mark, almost halfway through this race, and well, Alvin, at the moment everything's sort of been a little bit calm, apart from this battle between these two at the front of the field for second and third place overall. But everyone else just seems to be a little bit spread out, and they're just letting this race run. As now Christian Kiewit actually had a better exit out of Paul Freyer and down through towards Blanchimont. There you go, they've got quite a few back markers in front of them. One of the GTC cars getting in the way through the midpoint of Blanchimont. This is giving Team Hoisenbach Engineering, Christian Kiewit, the chance to be able to get right onto the back of that Sim Racing for Holland car through the bus stop chicane now. And they've got a few GT3 cars ahead of them now. So this is going to be interesting to see whether they can make it past these cleanly without losing position. Whereas the Team Hoisenbach Engineering car, they'll be hoping to gain positions because of back markers.
Yeah, they've been pretty much, now that they are battling for the second place, now let's see if Sim Racing for Holland, now if they can reduce the gap to the core Sim Racing prototype class. And let's see if they can, yeah, let's see if they can make things interesting.
So down the Kemmel Straight they go again, and Sim Racing for Holland just breaking out a little bit of a gap there. 2.1 seconds as they've now moved their way through the field here. Of course, don't forget, if you do want to get in touch and be involved in the stream, don't forget to leave a comment on the side there, and also why not tweet us with the hashtag GES. You always like to hear what you have to say about this race. It's been almost halfway through this race, and well, this battle, it's just calmed down a little bit at the moment. So the closest battle really on track is actually for 6th and 7th place between 4X Racing and Blue Flag Prototype. Those two, Vincent Brem and also Victor Drevgaard, they are battling over 6th place in the prototypes and overall. And well, we've seen hard racing between these two teams all the way through so far in these first 2 hours.
Yeah, although most of the teams have been settling down during the close to the second hour of racing, most of the teams have been settling down, but we also have some We also have some battles for position. We have here for 6th and 7th place between 4X Racing and what's the other team? Blue Flag Racing. This is much of one of those times that you try to settle down as well, but if you can see an opportunity, then you just go for it.
Well, absolutely, yeah. You've got to be able to be able to take those opportunities. As we're on board with the Blue Flag Racing car of Victor Dravegaard through Malmedy, the right-hander. Now as we head down towards Rivage, he's just dropped back a little bit. He's 1 second behind at the moment, but through Rivage with that wide line from 4X Racing, trying to take a later apex, and that's trying to get them the better exit through this left-hander here, through the corner with no name. So now plunge downhill once again towards Pouon, the double apex left-hander. You take it at about 113 miles an hour, 115 miles an hour on the entry there. Just scrub off a little bit of speed and then get back onto that onto the gas pedal there. And away they go up towards the Fania chicane now. This right-left chicane, about 80 miles an hour through the middle of those corners there. Hard onto the accelerator again now towards Stavelot. The first part, these right-handers here. Right-hander here, then another right-hander at Paul Freya. And now you're onto the home stretch. And this is the way they're going now towards Blanchimont. The fast left-hander. You're basically just scrubbing the speed off here. You don't hit the brakes in these prototype cars. Through the left-hander at Blanchimont, down towards the bus stop chicane, and Blue Flag Racing are having a look into the bus stop chicane, but not yet close enough to make that move. We've had some pit stops in the GTC class cars. There's been Spirit of Le Mans, Joel Hafner at the wheel of that car, the 333 car. They are in the lead still after making their second pit stop. Evan Maillard at the wheel now for Baguette Racing, so double stinting from their other drivers. Orange Devils, they have been in the pits as well in the 387 car. The Core Sim Racing with the 311 car, they have been into the pits as well. Scott McGarvey of SRN Motorsports, he split the Orange Devils and Core Sim Racing. They are now in between them, but Scott McGarvey has yet to pit. But still, this battle for 4X Racing down the inside goes Blue Flag Racing into the Lecombe chicane, and that's a nice move, getting that run from Radial all the way up the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, that seems like they have been going at each other now. 4X Racing now trying to chase down the number 155 of Blue Flag Racing. Let's see how they go through Pouhon and see if they can mount an attack and take that position back.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Pouhon, there's not really an overtaking chance into Pouhon. You can make a move into the Fania chicane, but the 4X Racing, they're not quite close enough to be able to make that move into the Fania chicane. And well, through that right left of the Fania chicane now towards Stavelot once again, and back onto the old part of the track at Paul Freya. Of course, Spa-Francorchamps used to be a lot longer, did this track back in the 50s and 60s, but because of the danger of that long track, and because of the hazards and the amount of accidents that were happening in racing on that long track, they decided to shorten the track down a bit. And it's one of the tracks where they actually did a really good job with that mid-section, all the way from Lecombe, all the way round through all the more technical parts of the track towards the corner at Paul Freya, back onto the old track. So they did a really good job changing this track, and I know the drivers absolutely love racing around this. I know I do, that's for sure. But at the moment, it's Victor Dravegaard ahead in the Blue Flag Racing prototype car, ahead of 4X Racing, with Vincent Brem at the wheel of that car. Yeah,
back in the day, like you were saying, this track was a lot longer than what we used to see nowadays. But we also have to take into consideration that back in the day, tracks were longer and corners were a lot more flowing in terms of speed, but that was because the cars were not that downforce dependent like they are nowadays. So most of the classic tracks like this one, and Nürburgring is another good example, they had to be shortened down, and some say in the name of safety. Spa has been one of those tracks that they were able to shorten down to what it was, or to what it used to be previously. And like you said, they did a pretty good job in making this new configuration that we all get to enjoy nowadays.
Absolutely, and well, we're just watching that 4X racing car just struggling to keep up with Victor Dravegaard now, so 2.1 seconds behind that car, and in fact they're under pressure now from behind. Gary Hickman at the wheel of Apex Racing Team, well, they're a lap down, so they won't matter. Neither will the 55 car of FRT Hawkers. Of course, they served that 1 minute stop go penalty. And well, the next car really for the 4X Racing to worry about is Hawk Sim Racing, but they are 16 seconds behind, so Christian Bugg not able to get onto the back of them. So everything again just spreading out a little bit here. I'll just have a look down here. Marcus Luca Abate has just been overtaken by one of the prototypes to lap them. So yeah, we're getting ready for the GT3s to pit. Scott McGarvey comes into the pits now for SRA Motorsport, so he was able to go a little bit longer than a couple of the other GTC cars in this race. But yeah, Scott McGarvey into the pits at the moment, getting in fresh tyres and a tank full of fuel as well before he makes his way on once again. He had a big gap over Martin Green behind him. Well, Orange Devils, they seem to have fallen back a little bit from Core Sim Racing now in the GTC class, and now 20 seconds behind. And that is surprising considering how close those two were battling away between each other.
Pretty much now 2 hours into the race now, after pits, we're seeing now the different strategies playing along with, like, third and fourth place. I don't remember if there was a driver change or not, but that could also play a factor into now the both entries being Core Sim Racing pulling ahead. But it's interesting to see that SRN Motorsports were able to stretch the fuel strategy a little bit longer. So it'll be interesting to see if they can manage to do this race on 3 stops alone, and that perhaps may net them 2 or 3 places, depending on how the race goes along.
And we've got the first of the leading GT3 cars, the Euphoria Racing white car. They're onto pit road. We've got a battle here in GTC. Martin Green, and also in the WR Racing GoT car and the ABL Endurance team, the 383 of Brett Trozin. They are battling for position at the moment in that GTC class, and that's going to be a battle for 6th place in class. So they're 6th place or 7th place, sorry. No, 6th, yes, absolutely. Martin Green is currently in 6th place in class. I think I need to go to opticians at some point. Having to check my eyesight as running onto the grass a little bit before Blanchimont was Brett Trozin in the ABL Endurance car, but he's closing up to the back of that 317 car, looking to the outside into the bus stop chicane. Will he be able to carry that through onto the next part? He's got the inside line there. He's going to hold it on the inside just to give lots of space, but able to make that move stick on the WR Racing car. So ABL now up into 6th place in class.
Yeah, good pass by the ABL Endurance Racing team. They managed to get it down into the bus stop. Now let's see if WR Racing are able to manage an attack coming out of Radion. Looks like they are too far ahead, so they may be happy to just stick behind and see if they can close the gap and then at some point later during this lap, or perhaps during the race, if they can do the overtake.
Matthew Green has dropped back 2.5 seconds on that, just from that overtaking manoeuvre, so not really happening for them at the moment. Sim Racing for Holland, they're under pressure once again. Dennis Duna at the wheel for Sim Racing Holland, they're under pressure from Christian Hewitt in the Team Hoisingveld engineering car. So this is the battle for second place overall, and these two just cannot be separated at the moment, although saying that, there is a car separating them. It's one of the Hawk Sim Racing GT3 cars there in the between, and Stephen Hebert having to just get out of the way of the way of Christian Hewitt, but now he makes his way past around the outside of Fania over the marbles, and that's just going to slow him down a little bit through the next couple of corners while he gets those marbles off his tyres.
Yeah, for now, Sim Racing for Holland seems like they are establishing a good pace. That GT3 car kind of helped them into establishing a gap between them and Team Hoisingveld Engineering. But I said before that perhaps this is what Sim Racing for Holland needed, be in second place and being able to perhaps drive their own pace to see if they can catch the Core Sim Racing entry. But so far the answer from Core Sim Racing has been a minute 13-second advantage and growing. So I don't see Core Sim Racing being it's Core Sim Racing's race to lose as of now.
We've got a stop and hold penalty for 60 seconds, avoidable contact. It's Pros Racing Sport, the 176 car. So avoidable contact there with the Blue Line Mudsports 357 car. So unfortunately for them, getting involved in an incident there, and Blue Line Mudsports are on pit road at the moment. Richard Simpson had been on there for quite a while, so obviously a lot of damage happened to that car.
Yeah, it looks like an incident going into Blanchimont where they were both involved, and Sewers definitely decided that Pro Racing Sport were the culprits in this incident.
Well, we have had the GT3 leader, NAB Racing. They have been in for their pit stop and come out. Jesper Moll at the wheel of that car now. So Racing Lions, they're currently in the lead of GT3 class at the moment, as these GT3 class cars are going through their pit stop cycle now. So almost everyone has had 2 stops in this race so far, and we have got an hour and 52 minutes remaining in this race. And well, it's been an interesting race, but the field just spread out a little bit. But you get that with endurance racing, don't you? You do get the ebb and flow of the field just spreading out and then coming back together and then spreading out again, don't you, Albert?
Absolutely. This point of the race, it's kind of weird because given that it's a very long race, now you see cars stretching their leads or perhaps managing their own gaps and their own pace. So yeah, there may be some battles here and there, but for the most part, the teams are pretty much now minding their own business and trying to get their cars to the last stint of the race, and then once they are on the last stint of the race, then they can really go for it.
Well, I can tell you the 176 car there, the drivers have said, you know what, we've got that penalty, we were a few laps down anyway, we've had enough, we're going to pack up and call us a bad day. So the 176 Pros Racing Sport car, unfortunately they qualified in 6th place on the grid, but a few incidents, and that's cost them dearly in this race, but they are currently out of the race. And well, what we're going to do is just going to quickly go through each of the leading cars in the different series. So in the prototype class, there is Core Sim Racing, the 111 car, just coming through the bus stop chicane now. They are 1 minute 11.5 seconds ahead of the second place car, Sim Racing for Holland. They are just coming through the corner with no name now. Third place, it's Team Hoisingveld Engineering, They are about 2.5 seconds behind, so they're still within sight of that Sim Racing for Holland car, but Sim Racing for Holland just moving ahead a bit more, with Blackadder Motorsports in 4th place, Navid Chronic Racing in 5th place. That's the top 5 of the prototypes. In the GT3s, well, we're currently in the pit stop window for them, so at the moment it's Racing Lines, but NAB Racing have been in for their second pit stop. Racing Lines at the moment at the front. Blue Flag Racing, they're on pit road at the moment. Blackadder Motorsports, they're joining them on pit road as well. Marco Luca Abate at the wheel of that car, and as I say, NAB Racing, they're just coming down the pit road now, so pit straight, sorry, so they will move up to 2nd place in class. With Euphoria Racing White, they went in a little bit earlier, and they are in 5th place in that class. And in the GTC class, Spirits of Le Mans, they've been putting on a good show today. Spirits of Le Mans, they're at the front with Joel Hafner at the wheel. Baguette Racing in 2nd place with Evan Maliard at the wheel of that car, and in 3rd place it's Core Sim Racing, the 311 car, now just coming into the bus stop chicane. Orange Devils, they're in 4th place in class, and in 5th place it's SRN Motorsports with Scott McGarvey at the wheel of that car. So what we'll do is, we've just gone through them, they were in the middle of the pit stops for the GT3 cars. We'll look to take a quick commercial break, because it has been about 2 hours and 11 minutes of this race gone so far. So we're just going to step aside for a couple of minutes, grab a refreshing drink for ourselves, and be able to power through towards the end of this race. It is, of course, the 4 hours of Spa here in the Gathering of Tweakers series. It's Paul Smith and Alan Nieves here for RaceSpot TV, and it's live on iRacing Live. We'll be right back after these commercials.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back to iRacing Live and RaceSpot TV for this live coverage of the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series here with the 4 hours of Spa. And well, it's myself, Paul Smith, and Alvin Nieves in the commentary booth with Hugo Louis on the commentary, on the cameras. And well, it's been a long 2 hours in that first half of the race. We're into the second half of the race. At the moment, it's Core Sim Racing in the lead of this race with a 111 car. Sim Racing for Holland, they are in second place with Team Hoisebelt Engineering 5 seconds behind now. Oh, actually no, it's Sim Racing for Holland have fallen behind Team Hoisebelt Engineering, and they've obviously had something happen there to be able to have fallen behind. But yeah, a spin through at the top of Eau Rouge there for Sim Racing for Holland through Radion. That's a big moment to have there. And they've done very well to not collect the Team Hoisebelt Engineering car and also to keep it out the walls as well.
Yeah, they seem so far, even though they have been going through the race, starting kind of in the midfield, Sim Racing for Holland has been doing a good job so far into going through the field and now managing to be in second place. But there's always one of those moments that can be scary as well. So good job good for them to being able to spin without collecting everyone. But I'm pretty sure that the other cars right around them had a scary moment as well.
So yeah, so we'll hopefully get a replay up for you there, because it was a very big moment. And I'll tell you what, Team Hoisebelt Engineering, Christian Hewitt was on the ball there, on the money to avoid that incident there, as he had to just dart to the left to avoid the spinning Dennis Duna there on that lap. But yeah, it was a big moment for them there, and again, with the driver who maybe just will be thanking his lucky stars that he was able to keep it out the wall, because he did hit the apex a little bit too hard. There's a little bit of a bump there on the curb through Radio, and that just unsettled the car, and that's what sent the car around. And as I say, Team Hoisebelt Engineering, Christian Hewitt, getting on the brakes and having to avoid just dart to the left there, and we're able to carry on. But yeah, so that's your top three then. I was going to work our way through the rest of the field. So in the GT3 class, we've had the second pit stops, and it's NAB Racing in the lead of that, with Racing Lions 17 seconds behind in second place. Euphoria Racing White, they are in third place. In GT3 at the front of GTC, it's Spirit of Le Mans. They've done a very good job here so far today, and they've been able to hold that lead after a bit of a challenge from Baguette Racing, who are in second place at the moment. They've had a little bit of an incident earlier on in this race with Baguette Racing collecting one of the prototype cars, but so a little bit of damage on the front of that car, but able to carry on in second place. Core Sim Racing 311 car, they are in third place at the moment in class. And well, just looking through the field, the closest battle really at the moment is the 4X Racing 117 car and the 155 car of Victor Dravecard in the Blue Flag Racing prototype car. There's about 3 seconds, 2.5, 3 seconds between those two, so it's worth just keeping an eye on those two, just making sure that we get to see any close battling if that may be the case. But well, we're into the second half of the race, Alvin, and bit of an action-packed start to the race, but then just seemed to calm down towards the end of that second hour.
Definitely, for the most part, start of the races usually are pretty packed with actions, given that everybody is very close to each other, so every driver had want to take advantage of taking as many positions as possible and trying to get their own pace going. But as you said, as the race goes on, teams and drivers starts to settle down and trying to hit their lap times, trying pretty much to get the cars to the last stint. And then once they are on the last stint, then they can figure out how much they can push, who is in front, who is behind, and from there they can decide how far they want to go with it.
Don't forget you can tweet us using the hashtag GES if you want to just have a quick mention just what your thoughts are of the race. And well, it's been an interesting race. It's of course the first round of the championship, that was a 4-hour race, and well, the rest of them have been 3-hour events. So yeah, the Sebring race was 4 hours long in the first round. Yeah, GoT Watkins won the 3-hour races, so the drivers, they're pretty used to this sort of length of distance, but just having to go on that extra hour.
Yeah, pretty much adding that extra hour into the race distance, in a way it makes a difference mentally, physically, and also in terms of strategy, how you try to manage the race. Usually the 3-hour races are relatively easy to manage in terms of pit strategy and also mentally, but adding that extra hour, in a way, it kind of puts a little bit of extra pressure on teams and drivers to keep them in terms of focus. So we have here in GES, we have 3 races that are 4 hours. The first one, as you said, was Sebring. Here we got the second one in Spa, and the third race will be the last round in the Nürburgring. So this race in Sebring should be a good indicator for teams as to how to manage 4-hour races.
And especially with those prototypes, because they do not run to the hour, that's the full hour for their pit stops. So you know, it's a good way of having that strategy element, especially in those prototypes, and having to work together. Say if you're a new team to endurance racing, this is an ideal sort of field to learn from, and a sort of event to learn from, just how to manage your pit stops.
Absolutely. One of the things that teams need to manage is fuel consumption for the most part, as tire wear is not really that much of a factor here in iRacing. Not saying that it's completely negligible, but it's something that, given how tire wear works, and there's not really the different tire compounds for every single car, you pretty much use your tires and change them at the end of each pit stop. One more thing that teams need to also take into consideration, most of them are pretty used to running on the iRacing public servers, where they are not really that long of endurance races, and fuel tanks are also capped, so they force you to make a pit stop. And coming into this environment where you know that you will be making more than one pit stop, kind of makes you think a little bit more into how you want to manage the race, your strategy, sorry, as the race goes on.
Absolutely. So well, we're fair getting through this race pretty quick, and it's now an hour and 36 minutes remaining in this race. And just quick mention, the graphics you see on screen, they of course are brought to you by Anwen Designs, and we'd just like to thank Istvan Balor for his work on these camera positions as well. So thanks a lot to those guys for their help in supporting our coverage here on Race Sport TV and on iRacing Live. And at the moment, as we had pretty much all the race, it's GoT Sim Racing, the 111 car, at the front of the field with Frederick Rasmussen at the wheel of that car. Team Hutzfeldt Engineering, they're in second place with Christian Kewitt, and Tim Racing for Holland are in third. We've got Blackadder Motorsports there coming onto the pits, so maybe just about time for the prototypes to make the pits, although there's a bit of damage on the front of that Blackadder Motorsports car, the 166 car. Front left damage to that front end, but you can easily change that front end.
Yeah, it seems more like an unscheduled pit stop more than anything else, since we had the DPs coming like 20-30 minutes ago, so they should have like 20 more minutes of fuel in their tanks. So yeah, it seems like they were involved in some sort of racing incident.
Yes, they were. Absolutely. Just on the previous lap before they came into Stavelo, the right-hander, so after the Fania chicane, they came up behind one of the GTC class cars. That was Brett Trosin in the ABL Endurance car, the 383. And they were running very slow out of the Fania chicane and ended up getting rear-ended by that 166 Blackadder Motorsport car, and well, the NAB car did well to keep out the way of that incident as well, because they almost got caught up in that. So the 383 car as well, they're on pit road at the moment, and I'm sure the administrators, the stewards, they'll be having a look at that to see if anyone's in particular at fault.
Yeah, definitely. Now it's just a matter of see what race control thinks about it. It's always unfortunate that incidents like this happen to anybody, where it's something that just happened, incidental, or something that can be definitely avoided. But definitely something that teams don't like seeing, being involved in any sort of incidents like this. Trying to do a 4-hour race and having something like this ruin your whole race, that is the last thing that teams are looking for.
And I can tell you already, I'm just looking at the stewards panel as I speak. They're typing it out, and it's a stop and hold for 60 seconds penalty, avoidable contact for the 166 Blackadder Motorsports car. So it goes from bad to worse for the 166. They were challenging earlier on in the race for a podium position, but right now that has gone out the window. And looking at the gaps behind them, you've got the Avid Chronic Racing car. They are in 5th place, and that is about 18 seconds behind. So in fact, they're still under investigation actually. So that I'm jumping the gun a little bit there. It's still under investigation, so maybe they're just having a word with the team manager there. But yeah, if they do end up with a penalty, then they will look to possibly lose, just having a look at the timing screen, 3, maybe 4 places in this race, and that would be quite a lot of work to try and gain those places back.
Definitely, this is one of the consequences of when you are involved in an incident where it could have been avoided. You get a penalty, and then you get those 60 seconds on top of driving through the pits, with, and here is almost around 30 seconds, give or take. So you lose around 90 seconds just for something that could have been avoided, and that's definitely something.
I'm gonna say we'll just wait for the confirmation of that on screen before we get that confirmed, because obviously I jumped the gun a little bit there, but not giving the stewards a chance to have a look at that one. But yeah, well, before you get any penalty, the big thing that they'll just have to do is just absolutely put the foot to the metal now, and just try and just get as quick of lap times as possible, as the 155 car, the Blue Flag Racing prototype, are into the pits. And yes, Christian Challoner, the 166 car, Christian Challoner, well, he's not at the wheel of the car at the moment unless they change drivers. But anyway, yeah, so there is a 60-second black flag penalty, stop and hold for the Blackadder Motorsports car. So yes, it was Christian Challoner who was at the wheel of the car at that time. So they are going to get a 60-second stop-go penalty for avoidable contact there. And you'd have to say it was a pretty slam-dunk penalty, that one, really.
Yeah, definitely. That was a pretty clear-cut case of what's avoidable contact. And sometimes when race control hands over stop and hold penalties, usually the name that we get on the screen is the name of the person that registered the car, not necessarily the person that was driving the car at the moment. So it also can get kind of confusing who was the driver at the moment. So sometimes it's just a matter of trying to get to know who was driving at the moment. But yeah, it can get confusing. But anyways, it's really it's kind of unfortunate that that's going to happen to them. And as you said, they're going to lose pretty much like 3 or 4 positions. So let's see if they can recover from this.
Well, we say that, but I'm just looking at the intervals now. They had quite a big gap. Well, it's a bigger gap than I thought it was, actually. The 177 car, they're just coming through the pit straight, down the pit straight now. So I think they'll take that place. Yes, they do. Christian Bug is the next one on that list. And he's just coming down pit road now, so he's going to take that place as well. So that's 2 spots. And Legends Racing, so Darren Seal, he's the next one. He's going to come down now, and he's going to take that place as well. Yuka Zavati, be good if I could speak properly. Yuka Savati, who's in the Blue Flag Racing prototype, the 155 car, who have pitted for a 3rd time and changed driver. He's now at the wheel. Will he get through before they come out the pits? The answer is no, they won't, because that 166 car is now out of the pits.
Yeah, this is one of the consequences of when you're involved in an incident like this. Not only the time that you lose, but also the potential positions that you may lose as well. And here we see the 166, they lost pretty much. They lose 3 positions. So let's see if they can regroup, and let's see how many places they can get back by the end of the race.
Well, looking down the timing screen, we've still got Sim Racing out in the lead by a country mile at the moment, but Team Hoysterfeld Engineering in 2nd place with Hewitt is 3.4 seconds ahead of Sim Racing for Holland, Dennis Duna. So that has stayed pretty much stagnant at the moment. And just looking down the field, so the closest battle is actually Blackadder Motorsport. They are 3 seconds behind Darren Seal. And this is for 7th place overall, so they did drop down from 4th to 8th. So 4 places lost there. That's a big one there for them. But at the moment, they are slowly gaining on Darren Seal. So Darren Seal, we did say that Legends Racing did have a little bit of damage on the rear end, but they were able to fix that in their last pit stop.
Yeah, definitely. Now that them being in 8th place, good thing that they managed to fix most of the damage that they had. So that should help in terms of top speed, downforce overall into the car. So now let's see what type of pace they can establish.
Darren Seal just comes across the line there with a 2 minutes 13.3 second lap there. Now obviously Tommy van der Gucht has got a slower lap time because of his stop and go penalty of 3 minutes 28. So losing about a minute, my maths is rubbish today, about a minute and 15 that he's lost there on a lap, say, compared to Darren Seal. So that's actually not as bad as I thought it would be, to be honest. I would have thought it would be more sort of minute 30 that he would have lost.
Yeah, it's kind of an average of what you lose. You know that you lose 60 seconds for sure as a result of the stop and go, but it also, depending, the extra time that you drive through the pits, it kind of varies from track to track as well. So this is pretty much, so could be around 90 seconds, give or take, for most tracks. It could be a little more, could be a little less, but for the most part, it's around 90 seconds that you end up losing if you get a stop in hole 60.
Our race leader is into the pits, triple one car, Call Sim Racing. Frederick Rasmussen did a fantastic first stint at the wheel of the car, and now it's Juha Pekalame getting into the car, and they'll be getting ready to pull away. And we say it time and again in this championship, but how difficult is it to have been sat there for just over 2.5 hours, not getting to drive on the track, and then you're jumping into the car with the track conditions completely alien to you because the track wasn't this rubbered up when you were in practice?
Some drivers have an easier time getting the car after being 2.5 hours sitting there and waiting for their turn. Some others, it's a lot more difficult, since we pretty much when we do practice, we join a new server so the track is clean, no marbles, no dirt, not anything. So trying to get into that mentality of the racing surface is a lot smaller than what it used to be. Not smaller in terms of real width, but in terms of places that you can place the car and not get marbles or dirt. So it's also interesting now to see how teams manage this part of the race, where you got new drivers and old drivers, and seeing how they manage the varying track conditions as well.
Team Hoisebelt Engineering, they've been into the pits and had their third pit stop. So too have Sim Racing for Holland, although Sim Racing for Holland have changed driver. It's Marcel Offermans at the wheel of that car now. Right behind them is Legends Racing. Okay, they're a lap down there, but Darren Seal at the wheel of the car in that one, and NKH actually have gone ahead of Darren Seal, so that's a change for position there. But Darren Seal with that extra pit stop on the NKH car of Nicholas Helm.
Yeah, another pit cycle going on, so lots of positions changing back and forth. Now we're getting to see, now we're pretty much, most of the teams should have one, perhaps two stops, depending on how they are managing their pit strategies. But from looking at the time that's remaining for the race, DP should be having around 2 stops, as I don't see any team trying to stretch their fuel on one tank for an hour, 20 minutes, give or take. So yeah, pretty much they should be having 2 more stops. Those that are coming into the pits now.
Absolutely. So yeah, as we say, the prototypes, they'll be having a further pit stop within that last hour of the race. The GT3s and the GTC class, you would have thought they would only have just one more pit stop for those cars, but NKH, they're under pressure at the moment from Darren Seal, Nicholas Helm at the wheel of the NKH car, Legends Racing right behind. This is a battle for 9th and 10th place at the moment. We've got more cars on pit road. The 4X racing car, they're in for a pit stop, so they're getting a new fresh pair of boots and fuel on board. But NKH getting stuck behind the Sim Racing for Holland car, and Sim Racing for Holland, of course, just out of the pits with fresh tyres. NKH really getting closed up behind, and will they pit this time by? No, they won't. So NKH, in fact NKH I think have had their second pit stop as well, so third pit stop, sorry, as well. So this battle for position, there's well, you can see the gap between them. The 191 and the 109 car absolutely neck and neck. Darren Seal right on the gearbox of that NKH car of Nicholas Helm.
Yeah, the various pit strategies now put some kind of awkward races for position. Legends Racing still haven't come into pits, so let's see after the pit cycle is over where all the teams are in respect of positions, as this can be a little bit mixed up in terms of track position as well.
Well, if you're Sim Racing for Holland, you mustn't be happy with that. 2 cars that are a lap down on you. I know they're battling for position, but forcing their way through there. They did get the elbows out a little bit there, but surely you wouldn't be happy as a Sim Racing Holland car when Marcel Offermans is just fresh into the car and is straight into it.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when you're racing with somebody fourth position, it's always good that you can have that car in front of you. If you see somebody that is battling fourth position, you want to take advantage of that, and you want to make sure that any advantage that you get in this type of race, you go for it, as you don't know if that opportunity you can get it back later during the race.
The 113 car, Avid Chronic Racing, Gino Vandenbroek has been into the pits, just come out, had a little bit of a twitch coming through, ready on there, but able to keep it on the track at the moment, so they have made their pit stop. And well, Legends Racing still piling on the pressure on NKH, although actually saying that, NKH has just pulled out a little bit of a gap, 0.8 of a second now between those two.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Sim Racing for Holland, one thing that they really want to do is watch what the gap to Team Horizontal Engineering is at the moment, as they don't want to lose more time that they may potentially be losing at the moment, as they were battling for second position a couple of minutes ago. So they will need to keep an eye on the gap between second and third place and see if they need to go besides the two cars that are in front of them and keep the pace going.
And the 124 car, Hawk Sim Racing LMP with Christian Bug at the wheel, they've been into the pits now, so they're down to 8th place at the moment in this race. 2.5 seconds behind Vincent Brem, who's only 3.1 seconds behind Yuka Savate. So battles in the prototypes really got a little bit closer this time round, so we'll keep an eye on all of that, but still out at the front it's Core Sim Racing with Juha Pekalame at the wheel of that car. Team Horsey Engineering in second place, Christian Kubit with Sim Racing for Holland in third place. In the GT3 class, NAB Racing, well, they've been I wouldn't say a class of their own. They've got a 15-second lead, so it's a comfortable lead at the moment for Jesper Mahl in his car, NAB Racing, with Racing Lions in second place in that GT3 class. Third place, Euphoria Racing, Damien Gomez Sedera at the wheel of that car, Euphoria Racing White. They are in that position in their class. We've not really seen much of the GT3 cars, to be honest, in this race, because they've all been a bit sort of spread out there, but still a very good job done so far by NAB Racing.
Yeah, it's pretty much for GT3 has been more of a race of fuel consumption, as these cars have various settings for fuel mixture, so some of them may be playing the fuel consumption game a lot more than others, but pretty much we have seen that most of the GT3 cars have been trying to save as much fuel as possible and try to do it in the less amount of stops and trying to avoid that splash and dash at the end.
And well, in the GTC class, Spirit of Le Mans, they are still in the lead of that one, although Evian Maillard has closed up a little bit on that gap. It's now only 7.2 seconds, so it was about 15-16 seconds about half an hour ago, so Evan doing a very good job there to close up that gap to Joel Hafner, with Core Sim Racing in third place, Nies Malmgren in third place, all on his own there, 1 minute and 3 seconds behind the car in second place in class, and 53 seconds ahead of the fourth place car, which is the Orange Devil. So Orange Devil's really sort of struggling in this section of the race. I can tell you there has been a warning for track limits for the 225 Hawk Sim Racing GT3 car. They have been given a warning just to keep an eye on the track limits, not to push it a little bit too far on those. But well, closest battle, it's Christian Bug and Vincent Brem at the moment. They are the ones who are the closest on track, so we'll keep an eye on those two at the moment in the prototypes. But well, we're into the last hour and a quarter of the race. This race has just flown by. I don't know about you, Alvin, but it really is. In fact, we're going to have a look at the 191 and 109 Legends Racing NKH. They're even closer. There's less than half a second between those two, but this race has flown by, Alvin.
Yeah, definitely almost 3 hours gone by, and we've seen action all over the place here and there. As you've said, pretty much the leaders of each class have had a stranglehold of the race in their respective classes. Most of the battles have been between the midfield. Some of the battles have been also for podium places as well, but definitely 3 hours have gone by pretty much. And let's see what the last hour of the race will bring.
Well, we're having a look at this NKH Nicholas Helm and Darren Seal Legends Racing battle at the moment as they go through Eau Rouge and through Radio. Oh, the big moment there for NKH. Will they keep it out the wall? The answer is yes. Brilliantly done there by Nicholas Helm to keep it out the wall. That was a scary moment. He had to get on the brakes to avoid the backmarking GTC car, and I thought that was going to be the end of his race in the GTC car as well.
Yeah, it seems like it was one of those instances that this pretty much highlights the difference in downforce between the DPs and the GTCs. And you can see here the DPs get a better launch coming out of Radeon versus the GTCs. The GTCs definitely, they have to lift, perhaps brake a little bit going into Eau Rouge, where the DPs probably can go full throttle, and the AKH entry was not expecting to be that close to the GTC entry, and they had to take evasive action. So heads up to them, and kudos for keeping the car within the walls and not hitting anything and ending the race.
Well, that I will have to say that we've seen some impressive driving today. We saw one earlier on where they'd lost control through Radeon there, but that was absolutely brilliant because he had to steer it away from the wall after initially collecting that spin. So absolutely fantastic work there from Nicholas Helm. I'll take my hat off to you, son. But that was a scary moment, and luckily nobody else got collected by that. And they are now 8.5 seconds behind Darren Seal. So Darren Seal, he was trying to put the pressure on, and maybe that's what told. The pressure finally just paid off for him.
Yeah, now that we are 3 hours into the race, pressure is mental part is becoming a huge part of this race. Some people can withstand pressure better than others, and perhaps we saw this being one of those instances that he was trying to pull away and not judging the distance between them and their GTC entry, and well, this happened. But in any case, good job for them for still being able to, even though they spawned the car, they were able to keep the car on the track, and they can still be able to race.
Well, the battle on track at the moment is between the 117 car and the 124 car of 4X Racing's Vincent Brem and Hawk Sim Racing LMP's Christian Bugg. They are battling over 7th place at the moment overall, and these two are really trying their best to be able to keep that place or to gain that place. I can tell you, FRT Hawkers, they're in the pits at the moment again with a very, very long pit stop and a lot of damage on the front of that car. So they are dropping down the order at the moment. But yeah, it's this battle at the moment. 4X Racing, Vincent Brem doing a good job to stay ahead of Christian Bugg. Christian is, I'm not trying to single out drivers in particular, but Christian Bugg is a very good driver, very good in the endurance races, and he's certainly putting the pressure on at the moment, Alvin.
Yeah, definitely. So far, this now we're almost 1 hour to go. Now the pressure is on for most of the teams. Now some drivers may put the pedal to the metal down. Some of them may still be able to just take it easy and just wait for the last pit stop to then really go for it. So now we are seeing these various strategies come into play. So now it'll be interesting to see how each team plays their strategy game and see how far they can push and who will come out on top.
I'm delighted to say that the FRT Hawkers are back out on track. Jose Pedroza Fernandez at the wheel, although he's having to take to the grass to avoid the Sim Racing for Holland car. I don't think that car is fully fixed in that FRT Hawkers car, but still the 55 car carries on. They just want to make sure that they get points for the championship. But yeah, these two battling it out through Lecombe now and through Malmedy, the right-hander, as we head towards the right-hand hairpin of Rivage. And the cars always seem to understeer through this corner. This one and then the next corner, the corner with no name, the left-hander here. All cars always seem to understeer, and both cars running a little bit wide onto that AstroTurf. That AstroTurf is a little bit slippy if you get it wrong through there.
Definitely. Rivage is one of those corners that is not your typical corner in regards to camber, as it's pretty much kind of off camber, so it kind of throws the car off if you think that you can take the corner in a conventional way. And then after that comes a corner with no name, which it's kind of like a typical 90-degree corner, medium speed corner. But some people, knowing that there may be a runoff area, they may try to push a little bit further, and some teams may get caught in the AstroTurf, and the AstroTurf could have a very nasty surprise for those that take it a little bit too far.
As the 311 car, the core Sim Racing GTC entry of Dominic Enkel at the wheel. They've just been into the pits for their third pit stop, so now that'll be a bit of a push to get it to the end of the race on that pit stop. They will have to do a bit of lifting and coasting and managing that fuel, but with the gap that they've had, they should, you would have thought, being able to do that, because the 387 car, Orange Devils, they will have to pit again. But this Hawk Sim Racing car, Christian Bug, not able to get past so far the 4X Racing car, and Vincent Brem doing a good job, although this may be the chance because he's got the run out of Radion down the Kemmel straight now. They're side by side. Surely Christian Bug will be ahead before they reach Lecombe, the right hander into the left hander, and yes, he is in front. Takes a little bit tighter line still though, but able to hold on to that place, and that's another place for Christian Bug, up to 7th place now in this race.
Yeah, good run that they got through El Rouge Radion. Pretty much a typical case of good run through there, and then using the slipstream to get side by side through your and then do a better job at braking. And yep, they got the position cleanly, no problems.
Well, Christian Bug there just coming through the first part of Pouon, the double apex left-hander there. It's very difficult, and he's showing how difficult it is. He's going over the AstroTurf there, but able to keep it out of there. Darren Seal isn't that far behind them in the 109 car, the Legends Racing car, so he's trying to get with these two to be able to battle for position. But Christian Bug has got about 6 seconds to the next car ahead of him, which is the Blue Flag Racing prototype of Yuka Savate at the wheel of that one. So able to keep ahead there at the moment. Race leader at the moment, it's Core Sim Racing, the 111 car. They have now got a 1 minute 14 lead, so just keeping it steady, keeping that lead at a steady rate, with Team Huizenveld Engineering in second place, the 178 car. Christian Kewitt at the wheel of that car. Team Sim Racing for Holland, they're in third place, now 27.5 seconds behind, with Marcel Offermans at the wheel there. Avid Chronic Racing, they're in fourth place with Juno van den Broek at the wheel of that one, and Blackadder Motorsports, they are in 5th place after having that penalty earlier on, which dropped them down to 8th place. So they've done well to actually regain some positions there to make it into the top 5. In the GT3 class, NAB Racing, they are at the lead of that field. We've got a 14-second lead over Racing Lions. Mikkel Postema at the wheel of that car at the moment through Puon, with Euphoria Racing White not that far behind, actually 7 seconds behind, with Damian Gomez Cerdera at the wheel of that car. Hawk Sim Racing, the 223 car, they are in 4th place, and Blackadder Motorsports 267 in 5th place, and in class that is. And in the GTC class, it's Spirit of Le Mans still out in front at the moment in that field. Baguette Racing in 2nd place, just holding a 7-second gap between them at the moment. So Baguette Racing just sort of plateaued at the moment, being able to catch up to them. So obviously traffic being involved in that one as well. Core Sim Racing, the 311 car, Dominic Ankel, he's been in for his pit stop, and he is in 3rd place, with the Orange Devils in 4th place as well, but they've yet to make their pit stop. And SRA Motorsport, Scott McGarvey, they're in 5th place in class. Martin Green, he's actually in 6th place in class, and just to let you know, ABL Endurance Team, Brett Trosin, who had that incident with the Blackadder Motorsports car, the 166 car, they are back out and running, and they are down there in 7th place in class. We have had a few more retirements in this race. Of course, Pros Racing Sports, the 176 car, they are out of the race. Blackadder Motorsports, the 269 car, they are out of the race as well. And Top Freak Racing 381 car in the GTC class, and the 281 Top Freak Racing car, they are out of this race as well. So only 4 retirements there. That's still pretty good for a race of this length. 34 cars in the field, and well, we're almost at the hour mark. But yeah, that will be. We'll have a look at what's actually at the moment. Darren Seal is the closest at the moment. He's right up at the back of the 4X Racing car. They are side by side down the Kemmel Straight, and Darren Seal makes his way past into that 8th position. So Darren Seal making his way past Vincent Brem at the moment.
Yeah, another classical overtake in El Rouge Radillon. Get your run, set it straight, get the slipstream, and then once you are side by side, try to make it stick.
So yeah, Darren Seal now trying to pull away again and trying to catch up to Christian Bugg, who is slowly chasing down that 155 car. In fact, he's about a second behind as Christian Bugg. So the 155 car, Blue Flag Racing, they're getting stuck behind traffic at the worst possible point on the track, and that's given Christian Bugg the chance to close right up to the gearbox of that Blue Flag Racing prototype.
Yeah, now traffic, even though the field is pretty much spread up, traffic can be a factor if you are in a battle for position. Of course, you don't want to catch the traffic on the fast corners in the case of the DPs, and this is pretty much what happened to them. Now the 7th place is close to them, but fortunately they're able to keep holding. They're able to hold their position for another lap, and let's see if the 7th place car can manage to get a run through El Rouge Radillon and take that position.
Well, we've seen him do it once before already, a little bit earlier, and well, we'll see if he can do it again. Down towards Eau Rouge now they go, and Christian Bugg, he might want to just get a little bit slower in to be able to carry, then get on the speed earlier, get on the throttle. That's what he's tried to do, and he's getting in that slipstream at the moment, but he's only carrying a few extra kilometres an hour on the car in front of Yuka Savati, so in the slipstream there, but you're not really going to make that get that move done there. And well, Hawk Sim Racing at the moment just having to hold back. So yeah, the GTC class, well, while these battles have been going on, the GTC class have been making their pit stops, so they are. You would like to say that they're going to make it to the end, but they're going to be tight on fuel if they don't do a splash and dash.
Yeah, definitely. GTCs and DPs, in terms of fuel consumption, they should be around the same window. So anybody that decides to pit at the moment will definitely need to do one more stop. So it'll be interesting once the pit window opens again for the DPs and the GTC class, who's gonna do the early pit or who is going to take it further and perhaps do a splash and dash. Also, since there may be they all have one more stop to go, it'll be interesting if some of them may take tires or some may not take tires, as they will not have to do a complete stint for their last stop. Kind of depends on when they stop, of course.
Absolutely. Well, we've still got this battle with Christian Bug. He's putting immense pressure on Yuka Savate in front of him at the moment as they go across the line. We have got the GT3s yet to make their final pit stops at the moment, so they'll be happening pretty soon, I'm sure of that. But yeah, this battle at the moment, Christian Bug right behind Yuka Savate, and Darren Seal actually is running a little bit quicker than these two together, so Darren Seal slowly catching up to this battle for 6th place on track, and Christian Bug a little bit slower out of Radion there, not able to carry that speed, so for the time being the 155 car is pretty safe, although he's behind GTC lap traffic.
Yeah, now the Legends Racing, it looks like it's going to join the battle for 6th place as well. Of course, cars in front of them, they had to go around the GTC traffic, but it looks like pretty much they will be closing the, Legends Racing should be closing the gap, and we should be looking for a 3-car battle for 6th place soon.
So there's 1 second between Yuka Savate in that Blue Flag Racing prototype and Christian Bug in the Hawk Sim Racing car. 1.8 seconds between Christian Bug and Darren Seal, so about 2.5, 3 seconds. Well, 3 seconds between them, although that is closing up all the time. Darren Seal, very good at catching up to these guys. He's having to work his way through the field as Darren Seal. We've already seen him pass a couple of drivers already in the stint. Well, these two in front of him will be on his target at the moment. And well, we're still got the GT3 cars. They are still going round, so they're still not pitting yet, are the leading GT3 cars, as this battle, well, it's just spreading out a little bit, so these cars now onto another lap. We are into the final hour of this race, so really you want to make sure that you don't get involved in any instance, because any damage, it could take too long for you to be able to do anything with the car.
Yeah, almost done with the race now, 3/4 of the race down. So, like you said, the last thing you want now is to get into any race incident which can be end because of too much damage or because of a penalty handed down by race control. Now, given that there's only less than 1 hour to go, there's really not much time left that you can make up in case something happens. So now it's really important for every teams to stick to their strategy, make it a clean race, and yeah, pretty much stick to their strategy.
Well, we've got one of the GT3 cars in the pits at the moment, so they're making their pit stops now. Their final pit stops. There was an incident between the NKH car and the Hawk Sim Racing GT3 car, the 225 car at Blanchimont a little while ago, and those two got together, and it was the 225 car that ended up the worst off, and they're in the pits with severe damage to their car. So they look like they're going to struggle to make the end of this race. But yeah, the 223 car, they are on pit road at the moment, getting tyres and fuel. It'll be interesting to see whether the leading GT3 car comes onto pit road, and we've still got this battle going on in the prototypes. They're now less than half a second between the three of them. Darren Seal really on the back now of Christian Bug. Christian Bug having to go defensive whilst also trying to overtake a GT3 car as well. And well, all three of them managed to get past, and through Blanchimont now, Christian Bug, he's trying to go on the offensive now on the car in front of Yuka Savate. Into the bus stop chicane they go again. We've seen that Christian Bug can carry the speed through Eau Rouge and Radion, so he'll be maybe trying to set up Yuka Savate into that section of the track to be able to get that move done down the Kemmel Straight. We'll have to wait and see. He doesn't make a move into La Source, so he's content to stay behind for the time being. So can he line up this move going through Eau Rouge? They've got some lap traffic ahead of them as well that could become a factor a little bit later in the lap. Christian Bug, through they go. Darren Seal actually has got a really good run. He's got the triple toe here. Darren Seal's going side by side by Christian Bug, and Hawks Sim Racing look like they're going to lose the position here. Darren Seal alongside in front and into that 7th place ahead of Christian Bug, and now Darren Seal, his next target is right in front of him. Yuka Savate in that Blue Flag Racing prototype.
Yeah, good pass by Darren Seal, but now they gotta negotiate the GT3 traffic that they got in front of them. So let's see how they manage to keep this battle going while also going through the GT3 traffic as well.
Well, if these GT3 cars have any sense about them, they'll let these guys pass. But while the Racing Lions car is staying ahead of them, while the is that the High Octane motor car? Yeah, that the High Octane Motorsports car went wide around Pouon to let those guys through, and Racing Lions is quite sensibly letting them past, and High Octane make it past Racing Lions as well. So going a little bit slow actually. Racing Lions there, but able to carry on. But it's this battle at the moment. It's a battle for 6th place between the prototypes. It's Blue Flag Racing prototype, Legends Racing, and Hawk Sim Racing LMP, all battling it out for 6th place at the moment. We're keeping an eye on the GT3s as well, just to see if they come into the pits yet. As well, NAB Racing are coming up towards the final chicane, but Evan Maillard having a few issues there in the Baguette Racing car. Hopefully nothing untoward happens there. Hopefully he stays out the way of those cars as through they go. And well, I can tell you the GT3 class, Racing Lions come into the pits, and he clipped the pit wall on the way in. It's a really tight pit entry here at Spa, and the 241 car just clipped the pit wall.
Yeah, the pit entry here is a little bit tight, as you were saying. Can be a little bit tricky if you don't take that wall into consideration. I've been the unfortunately recipient a couple times.
Darren Seal, sorry to cut you across there, Alvin. Darren Seal has got a great run again out through Radion, and he's made it past the 155 car. So Darren Seal in 2 laps has gained 2 positions, up to 6th place in the prototype class. And well, good work there from Darren in the Legends Racing car. Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Alvin.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, like I was saying, also while racing, I've been the recipient of that wall, not taking that wall into consideration. And that's when also something that people need to take into consideration is sometimes we focus too much on practicing and trying to do fast lap times, but on these endurance races it's also as important, if not more important, to practice your pit entry and pit exits, as they can make or break the races, where it's the pit entry trying to get it right, to having no contacts on the wall, knowing where the pit, where to engage the speed limiter, so that you don't get so that you don't get a penalty for speeding in the pits. So yeah, Pits are also a fundamental part of endurance racing, and they should be considered as important as the practice that teams put in when they're trying to dial in their setups to make sure that the car is good for a 4, 5, 6, 12, 24-hour race. It's very important and something that teams need to take into consideration as well.
Well, NAB Racing, the leading GT3 car, have come into pits, and Legends Racing have followed them right in, and maybe Darren Seal could have gone in a little bit quicker in, but he had to hold back just to avoid any contact with NAB Racing. But our GT3 leader, they are into the pits. Jesper Moll at the wheel of that car. Racing Lions and Euphoria Racing White, they have been into the pits. So we'll just see this this GT3 class leader now make that change. As I can tell you, Legends Racing, Adam Powell gets back at the wheel of that car. So the 109 car, you would have thought this would be their final stop. With it being 50 minutes left in the race, it's going to be tight, but they should be able to do that.
Yeah, pretty much most, if not all, the teams should be this should be the pit window for every class in this race. So whoever decides to come in, they should be able to go on throughout the rest of the race without stopping again.
The NAB just in the pits. You don't need to take on as much fuel this time for Jesper Moll, so he'll be able to come out a little bit quicker than normal. Just waiting now for that car to come out of the pit lane, and away it goes now. So Jesper Moll, he comes out of the pit lane here for NAB Racing. I can tell you that Blackadder Motorsports, the 267 car, is currently in the lead of GT3 class, but they have yet to pit. But well, at the front of the field, it's still the 111 car, Core Sim Racing. They are leading this race by a minute and 12 seconds. So really good work there from Juha Pekalame at the moment. Team Hosebelt Engineering, they're in second place with Christian Kewitt at the wheel of that car. Sim Racing for Holland, they are third place with Marcel Offermans that car, driving that car at the moment. As I say, Blackadder Motorsports with the 267 car are in the lead of the GT3 class at the moment, but they've yet to pit. Jesper Moll is in second place at the moment with NAB Racing, and in third place it's Blue Flag Racing GT. They've yet to pit as well. They've got a bit of damage on the front of their car, but they are currently in third place at GT3. And in the GTC standings, it's still Spirit of Le Mans at the front of that field, with Baguette Racing slowly gaining on them, and now only 5.7 seconds behind. They're in second place. Core Sim Racing, GTC, they're in third place in the 311 car. So what we'll do, we've got another 47 minutes of this amazing race going on, and we'll just step aside for a couple of moments just to get a refreshing drink of tea maybe, and be here for you for the final part of this race. Here, the 4 hours of Spa in the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series, here live on iRacing Live and Race Spot TV. We'll be right back after these short messages. It's the final part of the Gathering of Tweakers 4 hours of Spa, and it's live here on iRacing Live and RaceSpot TV. I am Paul Smith. Alongside me is Alvin Nieves with Hugo Louis on the cameras. And while your race leader, Core Sim Racing at the moment, is going across the line with a 1 minute 10 second lead over second place team Hoisingveld Engineering. Third place Sim Racing for Holland. They are just on pit road at the moment, and they're making their pit stops. They're in third place in the prototype class. And in the GT3s at the moment, it's still Blackadder Motorsports. They've still got that race lead at the moment. Have they? No, they haven't. They've just been into the pits, sorry. My timing screen hadn't updated there. So NAB Racing, they're in the lead of the GT3 class with Racing Lions in second place, only 9 seconds behind them at the moment. So Racing Lions just with a quicker pit stop, maybe taking on a little bit less fuel. So maybe they're just throwing the dice a little bit and trying it there towards the end of the race. Euphoria Racing White, they are in third place at the moment in GT3. And in your GTC classes, it's Spirits of Le Mans. They are in the lead of that class, but we're going to keep an eye on that because Baguette Racing are slowly gaining on them lap on lap. So 5.2 seconds behind now. They could maybe just about do it towards the end of the race. Core Sim Racing in the 311 car, they are in third place with Dominic Engel at the wheel of that car. So, well, Alvin, it's been fast-paced, it's been frantic. We've had a little bits of lulls as well, but now the final push towards the end of the race, and those prototypes, they're starting to make their final stops now.
Yeah, definitely. We're pretty much down to the wire now. Everybody should be making their last pit stops at any time soon. So as soon as they make their last pit stops, we should see the teams that do it now going all out, not holding anything back now.
And well, we've still got this battle with Christian Bug being stuck behind Yuka Savate. They did get broken up a little bit with the Legends Racing car getting involved in that battle, but they came into the pits for their final pit stop. But this battle still ensuing between these two, the Blue Flag Racing prototype and the Hawk Sim Racing car, and that Hawk Sim Racing car just can't seem to get past Yuka Savate at the moment.
Yeah, this is a battle that has been going now for a good part of an hour and a half, and it seems like it's not gonna be over anytime soon. It looks like they still got one more pit stop to go, so it'll be interesting to see how the last pit stop plays out, and see after they come out what is the gap.
And of course, you did mention it. It'll be interesting to see whether they take on tyres as well in this last pit stop, because you're not, as I said earlier, you're not going as far in the stint to be able to make it to the end.
Yeah, that's something that they should take into consideration. But I would say that any team that is stopping and thinking about not changing tires, they should be doing it with around 25 minutes to go. That should be a safe bet. Anything more than that, it will be best to change all 4 tires.
Well, as they come through Blanchimont now once again, Christian Bug, it just seems to be stuck at around half a second behind as they're coming round, as the 166 car, Blackadder Motorsports, they're in pit road. So too are Team Hoisingveld Engineering, so they're onto pit road as well. So Christian Kiewit at the wheel of that car from second place on pit road at the moment for their final stop. And as I said, Tommy van der Gucht at the wheel of the 166 car, Blackadder Motorsports car. They're coming out of pit road now. So come as Blue Flag Racing, they come onto pit road as well to make their final stop. So that will allow Christian Bug to get some clean air and be able to push on. So it'll be interesting to see whether Christian Bug can jump that car in this final pit stop as Victor Drevgaard gets back at the wheel of the Blue Flag Racing prototype.
Yeah, well, now with Blue Flag Racing on the pits, Christian Buck should be able to now open it up and see if they can if they can open that gap for the last pit. So there should be like a 5-6 lap difference between both of them. And going back into the pit strategy, that is something, the tire changing strategy for DPs and GTC. It should be something that if the refueling is gonna take more than 15 seconds, then they can also change tires as well, because they can be done both at the same time. Now for the GT3s, that is something that they should need to consider, since fuel and tires are done separately. So let's see how the teams played this last pit stop.
NKH Racing currently in 9th place overall. They are ahead of 4X Racing, and that's a close battle at the moment for position. We're going to keep an eye also on Christian Bug as well with his pace, just to see how he goes in this at the end of this stint and when he comes into the pits. But these two at the moment, they're battling away. So too are Blue Flag Racing and Legends Racing. So these two have been in the pits. Legends Racing did come in ahead of them in the pit stops, but they came in about 6 laps ago. So their tyres are up to temperature, and they know what the conditions are like with those fresh tyres. But Adam Powell is currently behind, and is trying to challenge for that 7th place.
Yeah, now with both of them having their pit stops completed, now they can just forget about saving fuel or perhaps saving tires for the remaining of the race. So now is go all out and see what every team's got.
As we go down towards Blanchimont now, and it is Victor Dravegaard at the wheel of that Blue Flag Racing prototype, and the Legends Racing car with Adam Powell at the wheel. So driver change for both teams in this final stint here. Adam Powell, we know, is a rapid driver, but let's see what he can do against Victor Dravegaard.
Yeah, now this is the part where all the teams are now making all their last calculations, making sure that everything is set. Once they do the last pit stop, it's all go.
Well, Adam Powell is trying to get the better run through Eau Rouge and out through Radion, as the core sim racing car, the leader of the race, has been into the pits, and Juha Pekalame is on to his final stint of the race with 35 minutes left in this race, and it's hard to believe that at around 6:30 we started this race, UK time, that is GMT. We're now at around 10 o'clock GMT, and it's just flown by for me.
Yeah, definitely almost 4 hours of racing done. We got a little bit over 40 minutes of racing to go, but yeah, 35 minutes of racing to go. And yeah, it's been a good race so far. Time definitely flies. For me, it's a little bit more comfortable. Gotta say, it's almost 4 p.m. where I live, so I still got half of the day to go.
All right, no need to rub it in, but it's certainly going a lot quicker now that I can actually see the event, that's for sure. So we're coming into Stavelot here, getting ready to go through Paul Freyer, and Adam Powell just dropping back a little bit on this lap. It's 1.2 seconds behind Victor Dravegaard now, so he's lost about 0.3 of a second on this lap so far. So Adam just not quite able to keep up for the time being with Victor in that Blue Flag Racing prototype, but well, through Blanchimont on the go, Adam Powell very wide over the AstroTurf as well, and into the bus stop chicane to finish yet another lap. Blue Flag Racing just running a little bit wide into the bus stop chicane, compromising their the second part of that chicane, but across the line they go, and well, Victor Dravegaard 2:14.0, Adam Powell 2:14.2, so 0.2 of a second slower on that lap was Adam Powell. And well, at the moment, Avid Clinic Racing, they still haven't made their final pit stop. And looking at their lap times, they're not fuel saving, so they are going to have to pit at some point. But do you think that that team will maybe think just put in fuel and have a splash of dash?
Yeah, at this point on the race, like I was saying, it kind of depends how much fuel you gotta put in. If it takes more than 15 seconds of fuel, then it's wise to change tires for DPs and GTCs. So it's well, we don't know how much fuel they need to put in, but we'll have to see.
And just keeping an eye on it, because it is a battle for a lead in the race. Evan Meliard has caught up another 0.2 of a second in the last 15 minutes. 2 seconds, sorry. So Baguette Racing are on the move forward towards Joel Hefner in that Spirit of Le Mans racing car. So that's certainly one battle to keep an eye on as we're heading towards the final half hour of this race. But Adam Parle still about a second behind at the moment. Victor Dravegaard doing a good job on those slightly fresher tyres to keep ahead of Adam at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely Baguette Racing is definitely catching up, and it'll be interesting to see if they are able to catch up to the Spirit of Le Mans entry and overtake them. It'll be kind of sad to see Spirit of Le Mans losing the race after pretty much being dominating the whole race, but one thing we also need to remember that the lap that counts is the last lap.
Well, that's it. I mean, to finish first you must finish, as the great Murray Walker used to always say on his Grand Prix coverage. But yes, it is very much, as we say, it is an endurance race. It is all about making it to that checkered flag, and as we say, you need to finish that car across the line to be able to be classified first. So it's not over yet. Joel Hafner got a little bit of a job on to try and keep that pace. Although saying that, Hafner was able to keep a pretty similar pace on that last lap as these two battling prototypes going past some GT3 and GTC class traffic, and it was all getting a little bit close there, and Adam Parle has closed up the gap there. He had the run, and drop back markers helped him just catch up that a little bit more of a gap there.
Yeah, definitely this battle is not over yet, for sure. They still need to they still got around 30 minutes to go of racing, so let's just hope that they can both finish the race without having any racing incident.
And Avid Chronic Racing, they finally made their pit stop with 30 minutes remaining in this race. It was a 16.5 second pit stop, so you would have to think that they've not taken tyres, they've just gone for fuel, a splash and dash towards the end of this race. They're in 4th place, 22 seconds behind Marcel Offermans in that Sim Racing for Holland car. But this Avid Chronic Racing team, they've not had the best of times in this championship so far, so if they can finish 4th, that would be a good result for them.
Yeah, definitely. Given how the season has gone so far, now any points that you can get towards the championship are good points.
And well, this is the halfway point of this championship, and if teams are to start challenging for championship position, now is the time to start making that move, because when you've got, like I said, Baguette Racing, they have a 58-point lead over Core Sim Racing in GTC. Team Hoisingveld have a 24-point gap over Core Sim Racing. So Core Sim Racing are going to catch up a little bit of that gap there today. NAB Racing, the GT3 class, that's the closer of the championships. But even so, Core Sim Racing GT3 out racing today. A few issues with them getting into this race today, but NAB Racing, they are in the lead by 11 points, and they are in the lead of of this race as well, with Racing Lions, who are currently 3rd in the championship. They're on 76 points, NAB are on 111, so a bit of a gap there between those two there, so it certainly is the time to start making that move and to try and catch up that position, as we see once again Adam Parle just getting closer to the back of that 155 Victor Dravegaard Blue Flag Racing car.
Yeah, that pretty much. Now that it seems like they are settled down during this last half hour with Adam just pretty much being happy enough to ride behind the who's up being happy to ride behind the Blue Flag Racing car. And
and we've got SRM Motorsport car running very slowly there, but they've just gone past there. That's Marty Jeffries. He's got a little bit of damage on the front of that car. I just want to see what happened there. Oh yeah, he's lost control coming out of Puor. Just makes contact with that barrier, and luckily nobody else collects him, but he managed to keep it out of the way. But that's quite a bit of damage on the front of that car. It'll be interesting to see if he has to pit, but he was in 5th place in GTC class, and that's a big mistake for him.
Yeah, definitely. Any mistake that happens to any of the drivers and teams during this part of the race is gonna be really magnified. As, like I said before, there's really no time to make up for mistakes now. So it's really important for everybody to pretty much try to keep their cars on the racetrack and try not to be forced into any type of mistakes.
So yeah, as we say, it's really difficult towards the end of this race to be able to keep those cars on the tracks. You know, drivers are tired. You know, it's been a long race for them. It's an hour longer than the majority of the races in this championship. So 4 hours, they do take its toll on the driver, and it's certainly showing with the odd mistake happening here and there.
Yeah, definitely. This is now almost done with the race. Teams can pretty much see the finish line there. They're close now, but they still need to keep the focus on. They still got 26 minutes of racing to go. So now, although most of the teams are pretty much settled down in terms of positions, those that are battling for position definitely got a harder job, as they gotta keep their focus, plus also keep in mind that that they are battling for position, and they definitely don't want to be on the losing end of it.
And Adam Powell just got stuck a little bit behind the 223 car of Stephen Hebert through Puor. So just lost a little bit of time there, as Adam Powell is now 1.6 seconds behind, and Evan Meliard of the Baguette Racing, he is catching up, still catching up to Spirit of Le Mans. It's now 2 seconds is that gap. So Baguette Racing, they can sniff a victory here, darting behind the Team Hoisingveld Engineering car to try and get a slipstream there, and it's certainly helping them down the Kemmel Straight, because it is uphill. It's an uphill straight is the Kemmel Straight. You don't realise that when you watch on TV, but you certainly feel it when you're walking up there as a spectator. But yeah, that Baguette Racing car, they are now really starting to put the pressure on. There's 1.6 seconds behind, so they've already gained 0.4 of a second on this lap so far, and we're able to use lapping traffic to their advantage.
Yeah, it looks like pretty much they're closing now, and it should also be noted that once, I think they're pretty much within slipstream range, so that's also something that Spirit of Le Mans will also have to take into consideration. Once they get into slipstream range, definitely Baguette Racing will have that extra speed advantage going into most of the straightaways. So it'll be interesting to see how Spirit of Le Mans manage this gap, and see how they manage to go through the finish of the race.
On board with the Baguette Racing car, Evan Maliard is your driver, and we're going through, heading towards Blanchimont. Now, in the prototypes, it's absolutely flat out through Blanchimont. In these GTC cars, you do have to brake a little bit. Just slow the car down a little bit, down to about 120 miles an hour on the apex there. He's got a prototype's going to come and lap him here. and that's the Blackadder Motorsports prototype, so they've got through, but not really slowed down Evan Maillard too much there, and able to really get up behind the gearbox of that prototype and use the slipstream down the pit straight, down towards La Source, and that the GTC leader of Spirit Le Mans are getting run wide there, and that's slowing them down. And Baguette Racing, they can smell that lead now in GTC class. It's within a second now, and it's a matter of time before Evan gets behind and starts putting the pressure on.
Yeah, right there we saw a difference that overtaking traffic can make. The Baguette Racing entry had a little bit caught a break there by having the DP overtake them under braking and pretty much able to complete the pass before they started turning in, whereas the Spirit of Le Mans, they had the unfortunate part of it where them and NKH were pretty much side by side going into La Source, so they were not able to run their natural racing line. So they lost a little bit of time, and that allowed Baguette Racing to close the gap even further. And now they're pretty much less than 1 second apart from each other.
Yes, Baguette Racing, they are 0.8 of a second between them, as you say, less than a second between them as they head towards the Fania chicane. Through this long right and long left. It's a really tricky part of the track to get right. You don't want to run too wide over there, because if you go right over the curb, it is a little bit slippy out there. There's some bumps there, and you can end up spinning the car. And through the second part here, through Paul Freyer, onto the old circuit now. And this is where you can really pick up that slipstream, where you can really get that draft, and to get that little bit of extra speed over the car in front of you. And certainly a few kilometres an hour faster into Blanchimont. That Spirit Le Mans car didn't look stable on the back there going into Blanchimont. Looked a little bit twitchy there. And Baguette Racing is just getting closer and closer. It's now half a second really over the curbs now. Spirit Le Mans, it's pushing it to the limit now. Time, it's 0.3 of a second between them. Across the line they go. And well, Baguette Racing, they have the chance here to take the lead of their class as through La Source they go. Surely they'll set them up for the run through Eau Rouge and out over the top of Radion.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they said to go side by side, as they look.
Oh!
Like, oh no!
And Spirit Le Mans, that's a big moment. Spirit Le Mans, you would say that they had the right to be there. They were in front, and well, they did end up making contact with that tyre barrier, and well, unfortunately, a little bit of damage to that car. So it'll be interesting to see whether they are able to finish with that damage. But Alvin, just Baguette Racing just a little bit too eager, and they seem to be running slow to Baguette Racing. Are they trying to let Spirit Le Mans back through?
Yeah, it could be a case that they may be waiting for Spirit of Le Mans to come by. It could, if Spirit of Le Mans is able to be able to keep on with the race and not have any race-ending damage, they may be able to let them go by, and this could also avoid race control having an investigation in regards to their incident.
Well, you say that, but they have got some damage though, so they have caused an issue for them by making that contact. So, I mean, I was saying it before we had the contact there, that maybe they were going to set them up for the move on the exit of Radion, but not certainly through the first part of Eau Rouge, or the bottom of the hill there.
Yeah, that's also something that they need to consider as well. Definitely, Baguette Racing didn't have to give the position back, but it's more of a gentleman move give the position back, assuming that the Spirit of Le Mans is still able to keep going with the race, even though they got damage. That's a given. As we see the Baguette Racing going side by side with Spirit of Le Mans, so it looks like Spirit of Le Mans may have some significant damage that which may hamper their top speed towards the end of the race.
Well, we have had a bit of a change in the GT3s as well. Euphoria Racing White, amazingly, are ahead of NAB Racing. NAB Racing are into the pits. They've got a bit of damage on the front of their car. And, well, what's happened there, I do not know, because they have got quite a lot of damage on the front of their car there. They've spent most of that last lap trying to avoid drivers getting into them, and I can tell you what it was. They lost control out of Malmedy, and heavy impact into the tyre wall on the exit of Malmedy there. And yeah, the NAB 208 car, they are in the pits, and with 17 minutes left, you would have to say that they've got a chance that they won't actually finish the race, as the 55 car FRT Hawkers comes into pit road as well. So GT3 drama in the GT3. Euphoria Racing White are into the lead with Racing Lions in second, and now Hawk Sim Racing GT3 are in third place.
Yeah, it was definitely something unfortunate, an unfortunate incident that happened to NAB Racing. They've been leading pretty much this race in the GT3 class. Looks like while they were trying to go through Malmedy and they had the Spirit of Le Mans entry in front of them, they kind of lost their focus and lost control of the car, and unfortunately this looks like the end of the race for them.
Yeah, so the car just twitchy coming out of Malmedy, and well, we've got a battle now for third place in GT3. We hadn't mentioned GT3 much in this race, really, apart from at the start, but we've certainly got a battle here. It's the 223 Hawk Sim Racing car. Stephen Hebert at the wheel of that car, and Blackadder Motorsports with Lewis Kugley at the wheel, and he's going to go down the inside into Stavilo. That's not really a traditional overtaking manoeuvre there. And, well, they stay behind for the time being, but this is a battle now for the podium in GT3.
Yeah, it's not over till it's not over, and these two now are going through it with pit stop pretty much all done. Now it's just a matter of, let's see who has the best equipment, who has the best drivers, and who had the better mental preparation from each of them. Now it's up to the drivers to do the best they can, and as they go into the bus stop chicane, and looks like they're still going side by side. So
that Blackadder Motorsport car having a few issues with their internet connection there. So there's nothing worse than having a car that's got a dodgy internet connection, just to or having a few issues with the connection going past you. You don't know where they are. Spirits of Le Mans have been into the pits, because we've just seen them coming out the pits now. So they've had to make a pit stop now. Whether that was scheduled or whether that was just to get some new tyres and maybe do a little quick tinker on the car, although it was only a 9.3 second stop. So that looks like it was a splash and dash, so maybe that was planned all along.
Yeah, there could also be the possibility that
oh, we've got a car rolling at the top of Radio. Oh, hopefully everyone can avoid it. It's the ABL car of 383. They've gone heavy into the tyre barrier. Oh, and there was a little bit of contact with one of the prototype cars that was going to lap them. That was the Avid Chronic Racing car of the 113 car. So that had contact there. And also, we've had news from Race Control, a stop and go avoidable contact penalty for Baguette Racing. So them giving that place back hasn't actually worked. The stewards think that they've caused them more issues, and Baguette Racing are having to serve a stop and go penalty this lap. It's all happening now in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. Baguette Racing did the gentleman move of trying to give the position back, but of course this was assuming that not more damage was done. But race control definitely decided that even though the move was done, they gave out the position. Definitely, there was more damage that was done that unfortunately cannot be taken back. But I also gotta say that the penalty could have been worse if they didn't give the position back. So perhaps by giving that position back, that's why race control decided to go with the stop and go instead of a stop and hold 60, for example.
Blackadder Motorsports 267, they are on pit road at the moment. Marco Luca Abate is now at the wheel of the car, so I wonder if those connection issues have meant that that they've had to have the other driver take over. So disaster happening here. That was a battle for third place in the GT3 class, and they're ended up in the pit lane and not going anywhere fast at the moment.
Yeah, from what I'm looking at the replay, it seems like they had those connections issues and they were disconnected. So yeah, it's unfortunate what happened to them.
And well, Baguette Racing, they're still to serve their penalty yet. They've carried on for another lap. So are they trying to put in as many laps as possible to try and get as many quick laps in now before they have to take that penalty? Because it is 3 laps, isn't it, that you have to serve a penalty. So surely they'll be just trying to get a quick lap in just to try and pull as much of a gap on the second place Spirit of Le Mans, because they are still running the Spirit of Le Mans and they're only 28 seconds, 29 seconds behind.
Yeah, iRacing does give you 3 laps to serve any black flag, so they're maybe now into damage control mode. So now they're just trying to put as many to pound in the fast laps, then serve the penalty, and then see where they come out, and then go from there.
So yeah, we've got a battle also. It's all happening now. Sim Racing for Holland and Avid Chronic Racing. Now we did see Avid Chronic Racing just make that little bit of contact with that GTC car at the top of the hill at Radion, and well, they've caught right up to the back of Marcel Offermans in that Sim Racing for Holland car. So this is a battle for the final spot on the podium, and well, Marcel Offermans has been running a good sort of 3 seconds off of the pace that they can do. Well, more than that of his teammate, but 3 seconds certainly off of the pace of the cars in front. So is he fuel saving? Is he trying to make it to the end now and maybe under-fueled in their last pit stop?
It could be the possibility that they took a little bit less fuel than they needed to, because since everybody pitted with 50 minutes to go, all the teams that pitted within 50 minutes to go should be able to go through all the end of the race.
Here we go.
Yep.
Sim Racing for Holland down the outside there, down the inside, but it's Avid Chronic Racing. They make the move forward. Gino Vandenbroek has made that place up there, down into Lecom, and able to hold on to that position. So that's a change for the last spot on the podium. Only 2 cars are on the lead lap. That's how far Core Sim Racing are ahead of the pack. They have a 1.7 second lead over Team Hoisingmel Engineering. But this is the battle for third place overall, and at the moment it's Avid Chronic Racing who have made it up to that position. But they are under investigation as well. Okay,
so it may be going back to the Sim Racing for Holland. It could be a case that they knew that they needed less fuel, and then they decided to put that much fuel, and they could have miscalculated just a little bit. So let's see what happens towards the end of the race.
And well, Baguette Racing now, they've obviously served their penalty. They are now just right in front of Spirit of Le Mans. And well, the 333 car of Spirit of Le Mans, they'll be trying everything, will Joel Hafner, to get past that Baguette Racing car, and they maybe won't be so friendly with them either after that contact. But this race for GTC lead, we're into the final 10 minutes as well. It's all on all of a sudden.
Yeah, now 10 minutes to go is pretty much all gloves are off. Now it's bring what you got. don't hold anything back.
Hoisin Belt Engineering also almost got into the side of Spirit of Le Mans, and that's allowed Baguette Racing to just pull away. Spirit of Le Mans don't seem to have much luck with their back markers. They always seem to get them at the wrong point of the track.
Yeah, that definitely we've seen the Spirit of Le Mans coming on the short end of the faster cars overtaking them. It seems like they are being overtaken just at turn entry and mid corner, unlike Baguette Racing, which have been catching lots of breaks regarding the faster traffic going around them.
Oh, who was that? Steve Greenwood, right over to the left-hand side there. He's had a spin coming out of the bus stop chicane in that GTC car, the 317 car. Just a little half spin coming out the bus stop chicane. It's so easily done in this rear-wheel drive rough C-spec, but able to get out of everyone's way and able to carry on there. But this battle, well, Baguette Racing are just slowly pulling away now from Spirit of Le Mans. And well, if they do end up winning this race, it will be an element of controversy for that race. I can tell you that the Avid Chronic Racing 113 car, they will be investigated after the race with that incident with the GTC car of ABL Endurance Team. So that one at the top of Radion, that will be investigated after the race. But, well, 7 minutes to go, and this is the closest battle, really, is this battle for first place in GTC, and it's Evan Maillard in the Baguette Racing car in the lead at the moment, ahead of Joel Hafner in the Spirit of Le Mans car.
Yeah, it's been definitely a good race for everybody, but this battle for GTC, it's still not over. They're still really going hard with Baguette Racing now opening a good gap to the Spirit of Le Mans, but they still got around 6.5 minutes to go, and traffic can play a huge part in this battle, so let's see how this ends.
Now, is this a case of Baguette Racing knowing how to use that traffic and how to work with that traffic, as they actually block, as I say that, they block the FRT Hawkers car behind them, but is that a case of Baguette Racing knowing how and when to let people past and when to hold their race in line? Is that maybe an advantage that they have over Spirit of Le Mans, just that experience?
It could be that they have a better understanding of when they can let people go and when it's not okay to let cars go. Like for example, one thing I do when I'm driving a
Baguette are in! They're into the pits!
Whoa, I wasn't expecting that, but going back to that, it could be a case that them trying to, with practice and a little bit of experience, they know when it's best to let cars go and when not let cars go. Like for example, when I'm driving in a slower class, especially here in Spa, you know that there are places that you need to lift off the throttle before going into a corner that you don't need to brake, like El Rouge Radion, Paul and Blanchimont. Those are corners that on GT3 and GTC you just need to lift off. So if you know that there is a faster class coming by you, it's best to, since you know that you have to lift, you can lift earlier, let them go by. You have to lift anyway, so let them go by, and it makes it easier for you to go around that corner. And since you lift earlier, the car is not at the limit, so it kind of makes it easier towards the slower classes to have a good understanding on when it's okay to let cars go and when it's not okay to let cars go.
Well, Baguette Racing are now out of the pits with an 18-19 second pit stop. Also on the pit road then was Orange Devils. They've just come out the pit lane now, so they're still in 4th place. NAB Racing, they are back up and running after that contact with the wall at Malmedy, and Fabien de Jong is going to take a hold of that car, but that's really disappointing for them after pretty much leading all the way through for the GT3 class. And that'll scupper their chances of good championship points haul. But yeah, Spirit of Le Mans, they now have a 35-second lead over Baguette Racing, and with only 3.5 minutes left, you would have to say that they, touch wood, have got this one.
Yeah, now with pretty much 4 or 5 minutes to go, Spirit of Le Mans definitely got this race. It could be a case that Baguette Racing had this splash and dash go, as did the Spirit of Le Mans, that they were planning on pitting for splash of gas anyways. So this pretty much may have been a case of fuel strategy.
And of course, when you're taking a penalty, you can't do any fuel or tyres on the car. So Baguette Racing really suffering the penalty there that they some would say they deserved.
Yeah, here now we see the difference. A stop and go penalty can make a 30 seconds may not seem like much, but now we see towards the end of the race what a 30-second difference can make because of a stop and go penalty.
And we appear to have lost Adam Powell as well from this race in the Legends car. I think he's having a few technical issues as well with his connection. So that would be a disaster if they're not able to finish, because they've had a really good run of making places up in this race. And it does look like it. We have lost Adam Powell out of this race in the Legends racing car. Disaster! It's all happening in this last quarter of an hour, Alvin.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that these any incidents that happen now really are the worst. Like, because like I said, there's really no time to recover. Whether it's a racing incident or hardware or connection issues, it's really heartbreaking when something like that happens towards the end of the race.
Yep, there we go. We've lost Adam Powell from the server. So yes, so unfortunately, he is out of that race, and Darren Seal will have to take over. But of course, he'll have to wait for the car to tow back to the pits. We have got an investigation after the race for an incident between Hawk Sim Racing, the 225 car, and Blue Line Motorsports, the 357 car. So that's going to be investigated after the race as well. Well, we're into the last minute of the race, and Core Sim Racing, they're going to come through and start one more lap. So we're going to have the white flag on the this next time by. And well, Core Sim Racing, UR Pekalame, a 1 minute 10 second lead. It's just absolutely dominated today, hasn't it, Alvin?
Yeah, definitely. From the start of the race to pretty much towards the end of the race, it's been pretty much Core Sim Racing in the prototype class. Really, they haven't been matched today, so now they should be coming out towards the last lap of the race.
Yeah, so across the line, there's 10 seconds left on the clock, so this will be the start of the last lap for the 111 car, UR Pekalami, and of course his teammate Frederick Rasmussen. We mustn't forget him as well, because he was the guy who was in the car to start with. They've led 105 laps of this race. Only one other car has led a single lap of this race, and that was Christian Kuit's car of the Team Huizinga Engineering entry. They're the only other team to have led a lap, and it was just one lap. So absolutely dominated display from Core Sim Racing today. As we say, second place at the moment, it's Christian Kuit in that Team Huizinga Engineering car, with Avid Chronic Racing in third place. But of course, they've got an investigation after the race, so may not be final places for them at the end of this one. Euphoria Racing White, well, they've had a stroke of luck with NAB having that incident at Malmedy. They are in the lead of the GT3 class, with second place Racing Lions, and in third place Hawk Sim Racing GT3. At the front of the GTC class, it's Spirit of Le Mans. They are looking like they'll take the win in this one. They're taking it easy. They're 30 seconds ahead of the second place car in their class, Baguette Racing, Evan Maillard, with that controversial move down into Eau Rouge that ended up costing them a stop-and-go penalty. Third place, Sim Racing in the 311 car. And just to say, just quickly back to Baguette Racing, fair credit to them. They did give the place, they did hold back and wait for Spirit of Le Mans to come back past, and that certainly was a good sporting gesture there. But through Blanchimont now comes the 111 car, Sim Racing, Juha Pekalame into the final chicane, the bus stop chicane. Clips the apex on the left, clips the apex on the right, clips the apex on the left, comes across the line to take victory in the 4 hours of Spa. Congratulations to Sim Racing. Behind them, right behind them, Joel Hafner in the Spirit of Le Mans car. They go across the line to take the win in the GTC class. And, well, we still have a battle because Darren Seal is only just ahead of the Apex Racing team. There's only a second between those two at the moment on this final lap, but you would have thought with Darren Seal's pace they would be able to keep ahead of him, but Darren Seal having to jump into that car after Adam Powell had the disconnection issue. Racing Lions are coming through. We're waiting for Euphoria Racing White to come through as well. They're coming through Paul Freyer now through that corner, and they're heading towards Blanchimont towards the end of this race, and it's a good result for the Euphoria Racing White team to be able to finish so high up in this race in the GT3 class, and to finish 12th overall as well. That just shows you the competitiveness of this team as well in the GT3 class. Through the final chicane they go, and Juan Segarra is going to come across the line, weaves his way across the line to take the checkered flag, and that's a great win in GT3 for Euphoria Racing White. Racing Lions coming across the line, not too far behind them, 6 seconds behind in second place in GT3. Sim Racing GT3, they're going to come across the line as well now, and that is third place for them in class. Fantastic effort. We're just looking at the final few cars coming through, and well, look at that, Darren Seal right to the end having to defend that place, and Gary Hickman just not able to make it past, and we've got the final few cars coming through. Christian Bugg in the Sim Racing car coming across the line to finish 6th place overall, and well, we've only got a few more cars to come across the line, and Kevin Vranken is going to be one of the last ones across the line in the 274 Mad Cape Racing car. Across the line he goes in his car. And well, Alvin, it's been a fantastic race. 4 hours of Spa. I've enjoyed it, and sorry to throw you a bit in the deep end at the start of the race, but how have you thought the race?
Overall, it was a good race. It's always, there's always good racing at Spa, and this race didn't disappoint either. Definitely good race from every teams. Kind of unfortunate what happened towards the end with the Spirit of Le Mans and Baguette Racing for what was shaping up to be a great battle, but in the end, congratulations to all the winners and all the podium finishers.
So we'll take you through the results of the 4 hours of Watkins Glen here in the Gathering of Tweakers. And well, the winners were Sim Racing by an absolute country mile, 1 minute and 9 seconds ahead of Team Hoisingfeld Engineering in second place. Average Chronic Racing, they finished in third place. Good result for them today. Sim Racing for Holland in fourth place, with Blackadder Motorsports in fifth. Hawk Sim Racing in sixth place. Blue Flag Racing in seventh, ahead of 4X Racing. NKH in ninth, with Legends Racing in 10th place, and Apex Racing Team in 11th place in class. Now, in the GT3 class, not many finished this race in the end, but Euphoria Racing White certainly did. They won the race in class for GT3. Racing Lions in second place. Third place for Hawk Sim Racing. Good result for them as well. Blue Flag Racing in fourth, with Blackadder Motorsports in fifth place in class. Now we'll look at the GTC class finishers, and it's a first win of the season for Spirit of Le Mans. They've been there or thereabouts, and well, congratulations to them on a fantastic result. Baguette Racing finished second after being second most of the race, to be fair, and that little bit of a controversial moment that cost them in the long run. Sim Racing in third place in the 311 car. Good result for them in that one, with Orange Devils in fourth and SRN Motorsports in fifth place in class. As we see the rest of those, only four cars not finishing that race. Top Freak Racing 281, Top Freak Racing 381, Pros Racing Sport 176 and Blackadder Motorsports 269 cars all not finishing the race. Well, Alvin, that was a pretty eventful race, and we certainly must have some pretty pleased drivers who will be coming to speak to us momentarily. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab one of the winning drivers of their class, and that is Joel Hafner of the Spirit of Le Mans team. And well, congratulations on the GTC victory, and you must be very pleased with the result.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, it's a great result. First win of the season. It's always great.
And well, your team led most of the race in GTC, and it must have been a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment when you had that incident with Baguette Racing at the bottom of Eau Rouge. Just talk us through that.
Yeah, we had a great race going with them the whole time, and at the end of my second stint, Evan caught up really fast to me. And I knew he was the faster driver, and it was just an unfortunate incident there in Eau Rouge. He tapped my back a little bit and I went spinning. But he gave the position back and I thought all was well, but then it turns out they actually got a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pits after that, which then gave us the win basically.
Well, looking forward at the championship, you'll have caught up some points on Sim Racing, who finished in third place. So it looks good for your championship, and you've caught up a few points, although not many, on Baguette, who are still quite a far away from you.
Yeah, we got some dearly needed points here, especially after what happened in the last race, which was rather unfortunate. We're happy to take these 50 points now.
And just finally, do you want to give a quick mention to anyone or say hello to anyone?
Yeah, big shout out to my teammate Jan Paul. He did a great job in the first two stints, and especially in qualifying to put it in pole. Really great job, and thanks to you guys for the broadcast, and thanks for the hosts for putting this race up.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations on the GTC win.
Thank you.
That was Joel Hafner there of Spirit of Le Mans Racing, and while we're waiting around, we'll grab a word from Henry Gross. And Alvin, you can speak now to Henry Gross, Alvin.
Sure. Henry, seems like in terms of your race, you guys had a good race, but tell us how your race went throughout from start to finish.
Our race was okay, we think. Core only, or Frederick did a great job for Core Racing. And he was too good for us.
Yeah, it seemed like Core Sim Racing today was the team to beat, but overall, guess still happy to come in second place, aren't you?
Yeah, second place was okay for us. We are still ahead in the series, only 12 points I think also, but it's okay. 3 races to go, and next time I hope we perform better.
Yeah, one thing that we noticed that you were involved in a battle with Sim Racing for Holland throughout a good part of the race. Tell us about how that battle went around.
I think it was the second stint of mine. Sim Racing for Holland was a little bit or lost a little bit of his pace in this time. I think 1 second or 0.5 anything like this. So I keep keep the gap. And Camel Straight, I think 2 times I overtake. Don't know that exactly because don't look the replay yet.
Okay. Anybody else you would like to thank?
Yeah, thanks to all teammates who helped with the setups. And thanks to Team Heusingwelt Engineering to sponsor our team.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well done there to Henry Gross for finishing second place. I'm going to have a quick word with Damien Gomez from the Euphoria Racing White team. And, well, congratulations there on your GT3 win. But it was tough for yourselves because you were a bit behind the NAB Racing and not able just quite to catch up to them for most of the race. And is Damien there? Hello, Damien. It's not, unfortunately, just having a few issues there. So what we will do instead is speak to Damien's teammate, Francisco. Francisco, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good. So we saw most of the race that you were sort of about 15 seconds or so behind the NAB racing team. Were you just not able to keep pace with them to be able to challenge them and just talk us through your race?
Sorry, I'm here for translator of Damian Gomez. If you can bring here, please.
Okay, that's okay. So yeah, so how did that race go for yourselves?
Damián dice que digas cómo más o menos ha sido la carrera en general.
Bueno, pues nada, en principio nos la tomamos calma, y simplemente a no cometer ningún tipo de error, a no tener ningún tipo de fallo con los doblados ni con los corvettes, que es lo más peligroso. Y seguir hasta el final, ritmo a ritmo, tratando de hacer las vueltas clavadas una tras otra y tratar de no tener luchas tampoco, porque al final con eso lo único que te hace es perder tiempo. Y por suerte que el primero, al final no sé si fue que se chocó o simplemente se le fue el coche, pero tuvimos la suerte y tuvimos la victoria. La verdad es que encantadísimos, agradecerle también a nuestro ingeniero que nos hizo un setup increíble y súper bien, la verdad.
Okay, so we prepared this race very hard, but we faced this race too very relaxed. But we try to do a good race, and yeah, we were in third place in the qualifying, and then we tried to do good race at the first hours, and then we avoid the C7s that it was very hard to race with them because they are really fast, and we have to make a space for them. And we have to say thank you for our engineer because he did a very good setup for our car, and thank you for all the organization of this race and this championship because they are awesome, and their work is very, very hard. Sorry for my level of English is a little poor, but I try to do my best.
That's okay. Well, congratulations on the win and a fantastic result for your championship.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Euphoria Racing White team there. And we'll just grab a quick word here with Ben Gregory, who's with Alvin.
Yeah, Ben Gregory, tell us how your race went from your point of view.
Pretty well actually. It felt it was probably the best we've ever done. We felt like we had this sort of pace at Watkins Glen, but we unfortunately got taken out and we had to retire, unfortunately. But to bring it here and get third, the provisional third, after that unfortunate tap on the back with the ABL goal, which we are sorry about, but we'll have to see what the stewards say.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Anybody you would like to thank?
Mainly my teammates for just sticking by me the whole time, honestly, again. It was really, really fun to do. It was, and everyone who gave so much room as well. It was really, really respectful out there, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well done there, Ben. Another good result for the Avid Chronic Racing team. And I just want to have a final word with a man who was involved in quite a tough battle there for the GTC victory and ended up finishing second place. Evan, just talk us through your race there from your point of view.
Well, when I took the wheel, I was like 13 seconds behind Joel, because Yassin had a very good double stint, but got involved in quite a few incidents with DPs, and so yeah, it was quite far back. I had to fight my way back to end up behind Joel again. It took me like 2 hours, pretty much, and then when it came to the actual battle, I pretty much screwed up and sent him into the wall. So
to be fair to yourself, you did give the position back as well, didn't it? It did look like you gave the position back there to be fair on them.
Yeah, I had to, because well, it was a bad move on my part, and I really had to give it back. I couldn't win on this. Well, I would have had a penalty anyway, but.
And well, it's still a second place position for yourself, and you've been able to pull out a bit more of a gap on core sim racing. So a good result for you in the championship, though.
Yeah, it's still good. I won't say no to a second place. Still a shame, because well, yeah. And to make it worse, I screwed up again when I served the penalty. I sped in the pits afterwards and got another penalty, 15 seconds this time. So yeah, it's all on me.
Well, never mind that. It's always the next race for yourselves. And just finally, anyone you want to thank?
Well, I'm gonna thank Yassin again for his stint, because he did very good. And then you guys for broadcasting as always. And thank Joel for the good battle. It was still fun, even though I took him out. But yeah. And see you at Interlagos.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, and well done on the second place there, Evan.
Thank you.
And finally, we're just going to have a quick word with our race winner, Alvin. Over to you.
Yeah, Frederick, dominating race from start to finish from you and Juha Pekalami. Talk to us about how your race went.
Well, I just started to see how my pace was, and then I just pulled away, and yeah.
So pretty much you were able to lead all the laps except for one lap, which was pretty much due to pit cycles. So definitely a dominating race. So how does this change your approach towards the rest of the championship?
I think we have a good chance now if we have a good setup every week. This setup was very good.
Yeah, definitely. Is there anybody else you would like to thank?
I would like to thank JP for not crashing and bringing the car home.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations there, Frederick Rasmussen from Core Sim Racing there for the dominating win of their race there today. And well, Alvin, it was an eventful race, plenty of drama, and it certainly produced, especially at the end there.
Yeah, definitely lots of drama towards the end of the race, but good racing overall. Now let's see how this changes the overall championship standings and the approach for all the teams. And yeah, now we have 3 rounds to go. So now let's see how the teams approach this championship.
And we go to Interlagos, which is a fantastic racetrack and certainly one that the teams will enjoy.
Yeah, definitely. Interlagos should be another good track. It's a short track compared to most of the tracks that we will be racing, but still, I know that we will have a fantastic race there.
Well, don't forget that tomorrow the coverage of the Daytona 24-hour special event continues. The final 6 hours will be shown on iRacing Live and RaceSpot TV. We've also got the Neo Championship, of course. These teams fighting out to try and get into the Neo Championship. That will be tomorrow as well, with the 8 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. And of course, we've got the 2K World Cup as well tomorrow evening. A real veritable smorgasbord of motor racing for you here on iRacing Live and RaceSpot TV. But from myself, from Alvin Nieves, from Hugo Louis, we just want to thank Anwen Design for the graphics and also Istvan Below for his cameras, and we just want to say thank you for joining us for this coverage of these 4 hours of Spa in the gathering of tweakers. We hope to see you next time at Interlagos. Until then, take care.